How the CIA Got Away with Murder Who Killed Che. Michael Ratner and Michael Stephen Smith. Dedication. This book is dedicated to our friend, attorney Leonard Weinglass, 1933 to 2011. For FTY 3 years Len took on what he called the machinery of the state, by defending extraordinarily courageous women and men fighting for social justice against the American Imperium. He died representing the Cuban Five, Cuban patriots jailed for their efforts to prevent counter-revolutionaries based in Miami from launching terrorist attacks against people and property in Havana. Len will be remembered, personally, for his good company, wide-ranging intellect, generous spirit, loyalty, kindness, and gentleness, politically, as an excellent persuasive speaker, an acute analyst of the political scene and a far-seeing visionary who understood that capitalism was not compatible with democracy, and professionally, as one of the great lawyers of his time, joining the legal pantheon of leading 20th-century advocates for justice. Leonard Weinglass, President. 4 years ago, and 10 years after our initial Freedom of Information Act request for the American Secret Police dossier on Che Guevara, we received a second batch of documents from the U.S. government, Document 44, P195. The RST batch resulted in our 1997 book, Che Guevara and the FBI, the U.S. Political Police dossier on the Latin American Revolutionary. In it we published documents from various U.S. government agencies concerning Che. Now, drawing on the new material we have obtained, and combining it with the large body of scholarship that has appeared since our RST publication, we have produced a book that sets out the facts and circumstances of Che Guevara's murder. As we read the CIA, White House, State, and Defense Department's documents on Che, together with the recent biographies about his life, we realized that the full story of the CIA's ultimate responsibility for killing Che had never before been documented. Rather, the American cover story, that it was the Bolivians that ordered and carried out the murder despite the U.S. government wanting Che kept alive, has been widely accepted. In these pages we attempt to set out the truth about these matters. A legal case requires, in essence, the marshalling of evidence, both factual and circumstantial. With the publication of these documents, together with our commentary relating to their historical context, we hope we have presented the evidence with sufficient force and clarity to persuade the reader, as we ourselves have been persuaded, that it was the CIA who killed Che. Michael Ratner, Michael Stephen Smith, New York, June 2011. Foreword. Killing Che, the hidden hand. Everyone must be prepared to swear that he has not heard of it. President Dwight D. Eisenhower. This book presents a perceptive and coherent explanation of the death of Beto Che Guevara, on October 9, 1967, after he had been captured, injured, and disarmed 2 days previously. Attorneys Ratner and Smith demonstrate, with numerous declassé ed documents and irrefutable arguments, that the U.S. government, particularly its Central Intelligence Agency, had Che murdered, having secured the participation of its Bolivian client state. It was not just a run-of-the-mill crime. It was one for which a state was responsible, and the burden of guilt evidently falls on people who held the highest government posts in Washington. Ratner and Smith set out the magnitude of the crime. Under the laws that govern warfare, including guerrilla war, the killing of a prisoner is murder and constitutes a war crime. It is not the actual shooter who is guilty of a war crime. Those higher up that ordered, acquiesced, or failed to prevent the murder are guilty of a war crime as well. There is no statute of limitation for this crime. Recognizing that Che's guerrilla movement was the most serious threat to their plans for hemispheric domination, the U.S. government held defeating Che and his comrades as its highest priority. That its representatives murdered him, using the intermediaries of Bolivian soldiers, is something that should not surprise anyone. After all, off-jail violence, including torture and death, practiced by regimes imposed by the United States who trained, armed, and advised the torturers and murderers was by no means rare in those days, or now for that matter. Rather, it strikes us as curious, to say the least, how some have accepted and disseminated the off-chale American version of the story that the US government was not responsible for Che's death. In the 60s, the United States strived to isolate the Cuban Revolution, and openly pressed Latin American governments to yield to its anti-Cuban strategy. A few resisted. Among them, only Mexico was capable of maintaining diplomatic R-12 relations with Cuba and surviving. The others, Brazil, Bolivia, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile, were to pay an extremely high price for their dissent. One after the other, starting in 1964 with the overthrow of President Goulart of Brazil and President Paz Estenssoro of Bolivia, these countries suffered the dissolution of their democratic institutions and their replacement with the worst of tyrannies, entirely supported by successive U.S. governments. Tens of thousands of Brazilians, Bolivians, Argentinians, Uruguayans, Chileans, and other Latin Americans died at the hands of local henchmen, trained and guided by American advisors. Today, many still remain on the dreadful lists of the disappeared. Escobedo Guevara was an object of interest for the American Secret Services before he entered our history, long before he became Che. The United States, in particular, worked tirelessly to do away with the guerrillas in Bolivia. To that end, they openly intervened in the country, not only by training and equipping the local military, but also by placing American off-chales and agents in positions of command. This was not the RST time Washington had done this, nor the RST time they had tried to kill Che and his comrades. During the Cuban guerrilla war against Batista's dictatorship, the Eisenhower administration implemented the same approach as that later applied by the Johnson administration in Bolivia. At the end of 1956, Fidel Castro, with a group of revolutionaries including Che, disembarked on the east of the island to create a guerrilla movement against the Batista dictatorship. They suffered significant setbacks in the RST weeks after their arrival. Batista's propaganda machine and the American media announced the liquidation of the guerrillas and even Fidel's death. The truth, hidden from the public, was moving in another direction altogether, something the Eisenhower administration understood. The administration went to great pains to arm and prepare Batista's troops to combat the guerrillas. In 1991, the State Department partially declassified with the usual crossing outs and omissions a set of hitherto secret documents relating to Cuba, Foreign Relations of the United States 1958-1960 Volume 6 Cuba. The documents reveal the extent of the American participation in the early stages of the CON-ICT. They describe how 200 men of MAP U.S. Military Assistance Program supported 1 battalion, 1st Infantry Regiment, of Cuban Army was transferred to Orient Province a few days after landing there on December 2, 1956, of group led by Fidel Castro. In late May 1957, entire battalion of approximately 800 men moved to Orient and is still there. From 75 to 90% of its officers have received MAP training. And it was not only the infantry that received instruction from the U.S., approximately 70% of all officers of Cuban Air Force have received MAP training. Too also evident was the American involvement in the Batista dictatorship's machinery of repression set up under the police, the Bureau of Investigations, the Bureau for the Repression of Communist Activities, BRAC, the Military Intelligence Service, and the Naval Intelligence Service. The officers in these organizations had studied in American academies, and American advisors were stationed in their headquarters. As the crisis of the Cuban dictatorship intensified, concern rose in Washington. On Christmas Eve 1958, in a dramatic meeting at the White House, the head of the CIA asserted that we ought to prevent a Castro victory, and the Secretary of State, summarizing the discussion, observed that opinion as to the undesirability of a Castro regime appeared to be unanimous. A couple of days later, Eisenhower indicated that he did not wish the specifics of covert operations to be presented to the NSC. These efforts, of course, failed, and the struggle of the people of Cuba against Batista's dictatorship was successful. The United States then intensified its covert operations, launching an economic war, military aggression, and terrorist violence against Cuba. In all of this activity it attempted to adhere to Eisenhower's guideline that, our hand should not show in anything that is done. Among the many ways that the American empire has used to preserve its dominance, suppression, and manipulation of information stands out. The essence of this is to conceal or falsify the truth and spread the lie. Michael RATNER and the Center for Constitutional Rights have carried out a consistent battle against such untruths and secrecy. This book serves as an additional proof of its co-editor's determination to defend truth, adherence to the law, and freedom. As the book itself does, I would like to finish with some thoughts on Che's legacy. The American empire may have had him murdered in cold blood, with premeditation and cowardice, but it did not succeed in killing him. Today Che is more alive than ever. He lives on through his image, worn on the chests of millions around the world. He has become a standard bearer for all those who want a better world and are prepared to GHT to get it. Che remains alive, above all, in a Latin America that today is building a new politics of independence and solidarity, a politics that owes a great deal to his ideals and his sacrifice. His spirit also lives on through the lives of the Cuban Five, Gerardo, Ramon, Antonio, Fernando, and Rene, who have been unjustly imprisoned for more than 12 years for anti-Cuban terrorism sponsored by Washington. When they were kids, they had promised they would be like him. In their prisons, subjected to cruel treatment, in utter solitude, our VE heroes testify that Che is still with us today. Ricardo Alarcón de Quesada, President of the Cuban National Assembly, May 2011. Chronology: Che Guevara and the Cuban Revolution. June 14, 1928. Escobedo Guevara is born in Rosario, Argentina, of parents Escobedo Guevara Lynch and Celia de la Serna. 1945–51 Guevara is enrolled at medical school in Buenos Aires. January–July 1952 Guevara visits Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela. While in Peru he works in a leper colony treating patients. March 10, 1952 Fulgencio Batista carries out coup d'état in Cuba. March 1953 Guevara graduates as a doctor. July 6, 1953 After graduating, Guevara travels throughout Latin America. He visits Bolivia, observing the impact of the 1952 revolution. July 26, 1953 Fidel Castro leads an armed attack on the Moncada army garrison in Santiago de Cuba, launching the revolutionary struggle to overthrow the Batista regime. The attack fails and Batista's troops massacre more than 50 captured combatants. Castro and other survivors are soon captured and imprisoned. December 1953 Guevara has RST contact with a group of survivors of the Moncada attack in San Jose, Costa Rica. R16. December 24, 1953. Guevara arrives in Guatemala, then under the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. January 4, 1954 Guevara meets Nico Lopez, a veteran of the Moncada attack, in Guatemala City. January–June 1954 Unable to end a medical position in Guatemala, Guevara obtains various odd jobs. He studies Marxism and becomes involved in political activities, meeting exiled Cuban revolutionaries. June 17, 1954 Mercenary forces backed by the CIA invade Guatemala. Guevara volunteers to GHT. June 27, 1954 Arbenz resigns. September 21, 1954 Guevara arrives in Mexico City after fleeing Guatemala. May 15, 1955 Fidel Castro and other Moncada survivors are freed from prison in Cuba due to a massive public campaign in defense of their civil rights. June 1955 Guevara encounters Nico Lopez, who is also in Mexico City. Several days later, Lopez arranges a meeting for him with Raúl Castro. July 7, 1955 Fidel Castro arrives in Mexico with the goal of organizing an armed expedition to Cuba. July 1955 Guevara meets Fidel Castro and immediately enrolls as the third Conramed member of the future guerrilla expedition. Guevara subsequently becomes. Chronology 17. Involved in training combatants, with the Cubans giving him the nickname Che, an Argentine term of greeting. November 25, 1956, 82 combatants, including Guevara as doctor, sail for Cuba aboard the small cabin cruiser Granma, leaving from Tuxpan in Mexico. December 2, 1956, Granma reaches Cuba at Las Corridas Beach in Oriente Province. The rebel combatants are surprised by Batista's troops and dispersed. A majority of the guerrillas are either murdered or captured. Guevara is wounded. December 21, 1956, Guevara's group reunites with Fidel Castro. At this point there are 15 guerrillas in the rebel army. January 17, 1957, rebel army overruns an army outpost in the Battle of La Plata. May 27 to 28, 1957, Battle of El Llovero takes place in the Sierra Maestra, with a major victory for the rebel army as it captures a well-fortified army garrison. July 1957, rebel army organizes a second column. Guevara is selected to lead it and is promoted to the rank of commander. May 24, 1958, Batista launches an all-out military offensive against the rebel army in the Sierra Maestra. The offensive eventually fails. August 31, 1958, Guevara leads an invasion column from the Sierra Maestra toward Las Villas province in central Cuba, and days later signs the Pedrero Pact with the March 13th Revolutionary Directorate, which has a strong guerrilla base there. Several days earlier, Camilo Cienfuegos had been ordered to lead another column toward Pina del Rio province on the western end of Cuba. R18. October 16, 1958. The rebel army column led by Guevara arrives in the Escambray Mountains. December 1958, rebel columns including Guevara and the March 13th Revolutionary Directorate and Cienfuegos with a small guerrilla troop of the Popular Socialist Party, capture a number of towns in Las Villas province and effectively cut the island in half. December 28, 1958, Guevara's column begins the Battle of Santa Clara, the capital of Las Villas. January 1, 1959, Batista EES Cuba. A military junta takes over. Fidel Castro opposes the new junta and calls for the revolutionary struggle to continue. Santa Clara falls to the rebel army. Guevara and Cienfuegos are ordered immediately to Havana. January 2, 1959, Cuban workers respond to Fidel Castro's call for a general strike and the country is paralyzed. The rebel army columns of Guevara and Cienfuegos arrive in Havana. January 8, 1959, Fidel Castro arrives in Havana, greeted by hundreds of thousands of people. February 9, 1959, Guevara is declared a Cuban citizen in recognition of his contribution to Cuba's liberation. February 16, 1959, Fidel Castro becomes Prime Minister. May 17, 1959, proclamation of the RST Agrarian Reform Law, which exceeded legal holdings at a maximum of 1,000 acres and distributed land to peasants. October 7, 1959, Guevara is designated head of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA. Chronology 19. October 21, 1959. Following an attempt to initiate a counter-revolutionary uprising, Huber Matos, military commander of Camagüey province, is arrested by Army Chief of Staff Camilo Cienfuegos. October 28, 1959, Camilo Cienfuegos' plane goes down over sea. Cienfuegos is lost at sea. November 26, 1959, Guevara is appointed President of the National Bank of Cuba. July-October 1960, Cuba nationalizes all major foreign and domestic industries and banks. April 17 to 19, 1961, 1,500 Cuban-born mercenaries, organized and backed by the United States, invade Cuba at the Bay of Pigs on the southern coast. The aim was to establish a provisional government to appeal for direct U.S. intervention. They are defeated within 72 hours, with the last guerrilla surrendering at Playa Girón, now the name used by the Cubans for the battle. Guevara is sent to command troops in Pina del Rio province. October 22, 1962 President Kennedy initiates the Cuban Missile Crisis, denouncing Cuba's acquisition of missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads for defense against U.S. attack. Washington imposes a naval blockade on Cuba. Cuba responds by mobilizing its population for defense. Guevara is assigned to lead forces in Pinar del Rio province in preparation for an imminent U.S. invasion. October 28, 1962 Soviet Premier Khrushchev agrees to remove Soviet missiles in exchange for U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba. March 1964 Guevara meets with Tamara Bunk, Tanya, and discusses her mission to move to Bolivia in anticipation of a future guerrilla expedition. R20. December 9, 1964. Guevara leaves Cuba on a 3-month state visit, speaking at the United Nations. He then visits a number of African countries. March 14, 1965 Guevara returns to Cuba and shortly afterwards drops from public view. April 1, 1965 Guevara delivers a farewell letter to Fidel Castro. He subsequently leaves Cuba on an internationalist mission in the Congo, entering through Tanzania. Guevara operates under the name Tatu, Swahili for number 2. April 18, 1965 In answer to questions about Guevara's whereabouts, Castro tells foreign reporters that Guevara will always be where he is most useful to the revolution. June 16, 1965 Castro announces Guevara's whereabouts will be revealed when Commander Guevara wants it known. October 3, 1965 Castro publicly reads Guevara's letter of farewell at a meeting to announce the Central Committee of the newly formed Communist Party of Cuba. December 1965 Castro arranges for Guevara to return to Cuba in secret. Guevara prepares for an expedition to Bolivia. January 3 to 14, 1966 Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America is held in Havana. March 1966 Arrival in Bolivia of the RST Cuban combatants to begin advance preparations for a guerrilla detachment. Chronology 21. July 1966. Guevara meets with Cuban volunteers selected for the mission to Bolivia at a training camp in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province. November 4, 1966 Guevara arrives in Bolivia in disguise and using an assumed name. November 7, 1966 Guevara arrives at site where Bolivian guerrilla movement will be based, RST entry in Bolivian diary. November-December 1966 more guerrilla combatants arrive and base camps are established. December 31, 1966 Guevara meets with Bolivian Communist Party Secretary Mario Monge. There is disagreement over perspectives for the planned guerrilla expedition. February 1 to March 20, 1967 guerrilla detachment leaves the base camp to explore the region. March 23, 1967 first guerrilla military action takes place, with combatants successfully ambushing a Bolivian army column. April 10, 1967 guerrilla column conducts a successful ambush of Bolivian troops. April 16, 1967 publication of Guevara's message to the Tricontinental, including his call for the creation of 2-3 many Vietnams. April 17, 1967 guerrilla detachment led by Joaquim is separated from the rest of the unit. The separation is supposed to last only 3 days, but the two groups are unable to reunite. R22. April 20, 1967. Regis Debray is arrested after having spent several weeks with a guerrilla unit. He is subsequently tried and sentenced to 30 years imprisonment. May 1967 U.S. Special Forces arrive in Bolivia to train counterinsurgency troops of the Bolivian Army. July 6, 1967 guerrillas occupy the town of Sumapata. July 26, 1967 Guevara gives a speech to guerrillas on the Sinai cans of the July 26, 1953 attack on the Moncada garrison. July 31 to August 10, 1967 Organization of Latin America Solidarity, OLA's, conference is held in Havana. The conference supports guerrilla movements throughout Latin America. Che Guevara is elected honorary chair. August 4, 1967 Deserter leads the Bolivian army to the guerrillas' main supply cache, documents seized lead to arrest of key urban contacts. August 31, 1967 Joaquim's detachment is ambushed and annihilated while crossing a river after an informer leads government troops to the site. September 26, 1967 Guerrillas walk into an ambush. 3 are killed and government forces encircle the remaining guerrilla forces. October 8, 1967 Remaining 17 guerrillas are trapped by Bolivian troops and conduct a desperate battle. Guevara is seriously wounded and captured. Chronology 23. October 9, 1967. Guevara and 2 other captured guerrillas are murdered, following instructions from the Bolivian government and Washington. October 15, 1967 In a television appearance Fidel Castro con RMS news of Guevara's death and declares 3 days of off-jail mourning in Cuba. October 8 is designated Day of the Heroic Guerrilla. October 18, 1967 Castro delivers memorial speech for Guevara in Havana's Revolution Plaza before an audience of almost 1 million people. February 22, 1968 3 Cuban survivors cross border into Chile, after having traveled across the Andes on foot to elude Bolivian army. They later returned to Cuba. Mid-March 1968 Micro LM of Guevara's Bolivian diary arrives in Cuba. July 1, 1968 Guevara's Bolivian diary published in Cuba is distributed free of charge to the Cuban people. The introduction is by Fidel C. Mendacity is a system that we live in. Tennessee Williams, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Che Guevara has been dead for 44 years. The history of who is responsible for his murder has heretofore not been understood accurately, especially in America, where it is commonly believed that the Bolivian military dictatorship had him killed. Documents which have recently been obtained from the U.S. government lead to a different conclusion, that the U.S. government, particularly its Central Intelligence Agency, had Che murdered, having secured the participation of its Bolivian client state. On October 9, 1967, in the small rural village of La Higuera, Bolivia, at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon, a Bolivian army sergeant, Mario Terán, after fortifying himself with alcohol, walked into the mud-walled schoolhouse where Che, already wounded, was being held prisoner, and shot him dead. It was murder. Under the laws that govern warfare, including guerrilla war, the killing of a prisoner is murder and constitutes a war crime. It is not just the actual shooter who is guilty of a war crime. Those higher ups that ordered, acquiesced to, or failed to prevent the murder are guilty as well. There is no statute of limitations for this crime. The initial story of Che's death, as presented by the Bolivians, was that he was killed in battle. Eventually it emerged that this was a lie and that he had, in fact, been taken prisoner and shot the next day. The Johnson administration claimed that the order to murder him came from the Bolivian High Command and not the United States. It was further asserted that the United States, despite having a CIA operative at the scene disguised as a Bolivian military officer, was unable to prevent the murder. This version of events insists that the United States was somehow opposed to the murder and wanted Che kept alive. 2 days after the murder on October 11, 1967, Walt Whitman Rostow, President Lyndon Johnson's special assistant for national security affairs, the post now known as National Security Advisor, called the killing of Che stupid, leaving the impression that somehow he and R-26 Johnson were opposed to it. Document 32, p. 140, and that the CIA, under the control of the President, was not involved. Before looking in more detail at the circumstances surrounding Che's death and the CIA's relation to it, a brief examination of the modus operandi of the organization from its outset is useful. The creation of the CIA, its autonomy, and the practice of plausible deniability. The foundations of the American national security state were laid with the National Security Act of L-947. The act created the National Security Council and the CIA, granting the new intelligence agency particular powers that were, in the words of George Marshall, the Secretary of State at the time, almost unlimited. Marshall warned President Truman of this before the act was passed. Truman was later to agree with Marshall. 1 in L 948 the National Security Council approved a secret directive, NSCL 0/2, authorizing the CIA to carry out an array of covert operations including propaganda, economic warfare, preventive direct action, sabotage, anti-sabotage, demolition and evacuation measures, subversion against hostile states including assistance to underground resistance movements, guerrillas, and refugee liberation groups too. This allowed for the CIA to become a paramilitary organization, a role that today is openly acknowledged as the agency employs murderous drone-ing assassination trips over Afghanistan and Pakistan. Before he died, George F. Kennan, the American diplomat and Cold War strategist who sponsored NSCL 0/2 said that, in light of later history, it was the greatest mistake I ever made. Since NSCL 0/2 authorized violations of international law, it also established an off-chain policy of lying so as to cover up the law breaking. As James W. Douglas wrote, the national security doctrine of plausible deniability combined lying with hypocrisy. It marked the creation of a Frankenstein monster. 4. Plausible deniability encouraged the autonomy of the CIA and other covert action, intelligence, agencies from the government that created them. In order to protect the visible authorities of the government from protest and censure, the CIA was authorized not only to violate international law but to do so with as little consultation as possible. CIA autonomy went hand in glove with plausible deniability. The less explicit an order from the president, the better it was for plausible deniability. And the less consultation there was, the more creative CIA authorities could become in interpreting the mind of the president. 5. Richard Helms, the CIA's deputy director of planning in the 1960s, who had conspired to kill Castro, and who was to later head the agency, testified to the Church Committee in 1975 that he never informed either the president or his newly appointed CIA director John McCone of the assassination plots. Nor did he inform any other off-chain in the Kennedy administration. Helms said he sought no approval for the murder attempts because assassination was not a subject that should be aired with higher authorities. 6. When he was asked if President Kennedy had been told, Helms said that nobody wants to embarrass a president of the United States by discussing the assassination of foreign leaders in his presence. 7. The written record relating to Che's death. That the United States, and particularly the CIA, was not implicated in Che's murder, has been accepted by almost every writer on the subject, including those present in La Higuera. Even those sympathetic to Che accept, more or less, the account of Felix Rodriguez, the CIA operative who was present at Che's death, disguised as a Bolivian captain. He claims to have been the highest-ranking officer on the scene at the time and to have relayed by radio the order from the Bolivian generals in La Paz to murder Che. In his book, Shadow Warrior, the CIA hero of 100 unknown battles, he insists that he had been told by the CIA that if Che were captured alive he was to do everything possible to keep him alive. Everything. 8. Rodriguez says he could have countermanded the murder order and saved Che's life, but he chose not to, leaving Che's fate in the hands of the Bolivians. 9. This story makes little sense. Rodriguez was working for the CIA and would continue to do so for many years. If his bosses and paymasters wanted Che kept alive, he surely would have done so. If he had disobeyed the CIA's avowed wishes to do everything to keep Che alive, would he have been allowed to continue as a CIA operative? The obvious conclusion is the CIA wanted Che dead and that the story was crafted to give the White House plausible deniability. Jorge G. Castaneda, the Mexican writer, in his biography of Che Compañero, The Life and Death of Che Guevara, seems to accept Rodriguez's story that the R-28 Americans wanted Che kept alive and that the order to murder him came from the Bolivians before pressure from the Americans became intolerable. 10. Castaneda tries to refute what he calls the semi-oficial Cuban version of Che's death, in which the president of Bolivia, Barrientos, visits the American ambassador and is told to kill Che. 11. To do so, Castaneda cites communications from Douglas Henderson, the U.S. ambassador to Bolivia at the time, who says he was not consulted by the Bolivians about what to do with Che, and would have wanted him kept alive. While Castaneda admits Henderson could be covering up U.S. involvement in Che's murder, he says the Rostow October 11, 1967, memorandum to President Johnson calling the killing stupid supports non-U.S. involvement in the murder. 12. As is discussed below, the Rostow memorandum is undercut by its analysis of the BNTS of Che's killing. If he knew in advance of plans to murder Che, adding the word stupid gives President Johnson plausible deniability. Alternatively, it is possible that the CIA was involved without the knowledge of Rostow, Henderson, or the President, though, because of the murder's major foreign policy implications, that scenario is unlikely. To his credit, Castaneda does cite evidence that implicates the U.S. in the murder. He writes that U.S., or at least the head of the CIA country team in Bolivia, had a prior agreement or understanding with the Bolivians that Che would be killed if captured. According to Castaneda, Gustavo Villoldo, the head of the country team, told him in an interview that upon his arrival in Bolivia, he was driven to Barrientos's home to meet him. Villoldo told Barrientos in no uncertain terms that if Che were captured he personally would do everything in his power to have him executed. Then he asked, "If we take Che alive, what will you do with him?" The president replied, "If he is alive, he will be summarily judged and condemned to death. You have my word as the President of the Republic." 13. John Lee Anderson, in his popular biography Che Guevara, A Revolutionary Life, recounts Felix Rodriguez's story of relaying the death sentence from Bolivian generals in La Paz to the soldiers holding Che via his U.S. government-supplied radio, and doing so despite the American government's purported desire to keep Che alive and interrogate him in Panama. Anderson provides a second version of the events, based on his examination of Bolivian Army Colonel André Celica's notes, shown to him by Celica's widow. Celic was on the scene at La Higuera at the time of Che's murder. Anderson writes that according to Celic, the Bolivian 29 generals in La Paz sent Colonel Joaquin Centeno Anaya a radio message to kill Che. This meant it did not go to Rodriguez. Lt. Colonel Ayero, commander of the unit that captured Che, was to be responsible for the execution. While we do not know which, if any, of these stories are true, none exonerate the CIA or other American officials. Under any of the scenarios, as is demonstrated below, the CIA knew of Che's capture, and had its agent on the ground at the scene. Furthermore, the United States government had every reason to want Che dead. A revolution in Bolivia might have ignited revolutions in adjoining Andean countries, as Che has hoped and planned. The various stories merely attempt to put the CIA in the background with a story of plausible deniability. Paco Ignacio Taibo II, a Mexican novelist and historian sympathetic to Che, authored the book Guevara, also known as Che. In it he recounts the transmission of the order to kill Che without mentioning any involvement of Rodriguez. He says that a message regarding Che's capture was sent on the evening of October 8 to the High Command in La Paz. They then met with General Alfredo Ovando and General Juan José Torres, the Army Chief of Staff, and may have consulted with other military officers. Taibo says there was no record of what was discussed in that room, only of the decision. Che Guevara had been sentenced to death. They then consulted with President Barrientos. 14. The implication in Taibo's account is that this group of generals and the President of Bolivia had made the decision to kill Che. However, from this account we do not know what, if any, input the US and the CIA had in this decision. Taibo also appears to doubt Rodriguez's claim that he tried to convince the Bolivians not to kill Che. As Taibo observes, the Bolivian on the scene in La Higuera, Colonel Centeno, who supposedly transmitted the order to kill Che, makes no mention of Rodriguez. In the end, Taibo is forced to conclude that what occurred at La Higuera is a morass of words that only leaves room for questions. 15. Fox Butter Eld Ryan, a former State Department officer who taught at Georgetown University, has written the best researched account of Che's murder in his 1998 book The Fall of Che Guevara. Like many, he admires Che for his valor and sacrifice, but not for his politics. He opposes the Cuban Revolution in general, and Fidel Castro in particular. Of all of these writers he is the closest to pinning the responsibility on the United States, although he concludes that although it was deeply involved in eliminating Guevara's guerrillas, it, the United States government, neither killed nor ordered him to be executed. R30. Ryan acknowledges that there are many stories as to what happened, but he believes Che was executed on the orders of the President of Bolivia and the High Command, not by the CIA. At the same time, he recognizes that there were many reasons the United States wanted Che dead and asks why should an American ambassador have saved Che Guevara? 16. He points out that when the US took the position of leaving Che's fate to the Bolivians, it had no illusions about what that would mean. 17. Although there is really no reliable, very able basis for Ryan stating that the US was not involved in the order to execute Che, his conclusion is that the US wanted him dead, they just did not want the visible blood on their hands. Ryan's story makes the US at least morally, if not legally, culpable in Che's murder. By his account, the CIA knew for 36 hours before Che's execution that he was being held, but, he writes, like Pontius Pilate, they did nothing. The writer who appears to want most to exonerate the United States in Che's execution is Richard L. Harris, author of Death of a Revolutionary. Harris stands at the opposite end of the debate from Ryan, and his conclusion, that the CIA wanted Che kept alive, practically amounts to disinformation. Admitting that most of his sources are Bolivian, he concludes that the CIA was not responsible for Che's execution, that the CIA appears to have opposed his execution, that for purely professional reasons they wanted to keep him alive, and that the U.S. contribution to the military defeat of Che's guerrilla operation was minimal. 18. Contrary to most of these writers, the documentary evidence, which we present below, reveals that the U.S. did everything in its power to eliminate the guerrillas, including Che. Document 20, pp 119, 20. The documents demonstrate that it was in the U.S. government's interest to have Che killed. The CIA and U.S. Special Forces trained the Bolivian Ranger Battalion that captured Che. CIA agents disguised as Bolivian officers accompanied the Rangers into the ELD, the U.S. supplied the weapons and provided the intelligence, and a CIA agent apparently was present at the time of his murder. Moreover, the documentary evidence demonstrates that the American government and the CIA wanted Che dead even before he went to Bolivia. Che, of all the guerrilla leaders of that period, exemplified the success of guerrilla warfare against U.S. imperialism. His death was critical to the U.S., to ensure that the example of the Cuban Revolution would not inspire other revolutionary movements. 31. CIA attempts to assassinate Che. Few of the writers who discuss the murder of Che even mention the American government's now widely known practice from that period of political assassination, a practice that continues to this day. The United States participated in the murders or attempted murders of Kim Koo, Korean opposition leader, L949, Zhou Enlai, Prime Minister of China, L950s, Sukarno, President of Indonesia, L950s, Kim Il-sung, Premier of North Korea, L951, Claro M. Recto, Philippines opposition leader, mid L950s, Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister of India, L955, Gamal Abdul Nasser, President of Egypt, 1957, Norodom Sihanouk, Leader of Cambodia, L959 and 1963, Brig. Gen. Abdul Karim Qasim, Leader of Iraq, 1960, Jose Figueres, President of Costa Rica, 2 attempts on his life, 1950s to 70s, François Papadoc Duvalier, Leader of Haiti, 1961, Patrice Lumumba, Prime Minister of Congo, Zaire, 1961, Gen. Rafael Trujillo, Leader of the Dominican Republic, 1961, Ngo Dinh Diem, President of South Vietnam, 1963, as listed in Killing Hope, William Bloom, Common Courage Press, 1995. 19. Moreover, none of these writers consider the CIA's own admission that it had tried to assassinate Che, as well as Fidel Castro and his brother Raúl, on various occasions when they were in Cuba, as revealed in testimony from the Church Committee hearings 20. This had been documented earlier in a secret L-967 CIA Inspector General's report commissioned by then CIA Director Richard Helms. It is published in its entirety and entitled CIA Targets Fidel, Ocean Press, 1994. As early as 1960, it was understood that it was necessary to assassinate Fidel, Raúl, and Che if the Cuban Revolution was to be overthrown, and that without these three, the Cuban government would be leaderless. In a meeting on March 9, 1960, J.C. King, chief of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division, told the task force which was in charge of Cuban operations, unless Fidel and Raúl Castro and Che Guevara could be eliminated in one package, which is highly unlikely, the operation can be a long, drawn-out affair and the present government will only be overthrown by the use of force. Church Committee, Alleged Assassination Plots, p.93. The CIA report discusses the CIA's recruitment of the Chicago MAA-ger John Rosselli to do the job by poisoning Che and the Castros. The details of the plot are instructive. Harvey, the support chief, CIA, and Rosselli met for AR-32. Second time in New York on April 8–9, 1962. IG report, p.43. A notation made during this time in the less of the Technical Services Division indicates that 4 poison pills were given to the support chief on April 18, 1962. IG report, pages 46–47, the pills were passed to Harvey, who arrived in Miami on April 21, and found Rosselli already in touch with the same Cuban who had been involved in the pre-Bay of Pigs pill passage. IG report, p.47. He gave the pills to Rosselli, explaining that these would work anywhere and at any time with anything. Rosselli, June 24, 75, p.31, Rosselli testified that he told Harvey that the Cubans intended to use the pills to assassinate Che Guevara as well as Fidel and Raúl Castro. According to Rosselli's testimony, Harvey approved of the targets, stating everything is all right, what they want to do. Rosselli, June 24, 75, p.34, Church Committee, Alleged Assassination Plots, p.84. The Church Committee also inquired as to what extent various presidents including Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson approved or were aware of these assassination plots. While it reaches no conclusion as to particular plots, a key CIA official testified that generally that pursuant to the doctrine of plausible denial, efforts are made that to keep matters that might be embarrassing away from presidents. Che's death as critical to U.S. national security interests. Most of these writers do not put Che's murder in the context of American policy in Cuba, Bolivia, or in Latin America at the time of his killing. It is a remarkable omission, which makes their conclusions suspect. Che's death was of crucial importance to United States interests, as perceived by President Johnson, the national security establishment, the military, and the CIA. As U.S. government officials admitted at the time, Che Guevara's death was a crippling, perhaps fatal blow to the Bolivian guerrilla movement and may prove a serious setback for Fidel Castro's hopes to foment violent revolution in all or almost all Latin American countries. Document 33, pp 141, 45 to pp 144, 47. The U.S. role in Che's murder must be seen in the context of the 1959 Cuban Revolution and the fears it engendered in the United States and among repressive governments in Latin America. The U.S. wanted to reverse what had happened. 33. In Cuba and, in this way, make it much less likely that other revolutions would succeed elsewhere. One of the United States' responses to the Cuban Revolution was the creation of the Alliance for Progress, a short-lived inter-American program initiated in 1961 after Cuba had been expelled from the Organization of American States. The program failed in its goal to relieve Latin American economic and social problems through loans which were supposed to increase per capita income by 2.5% annually. Within 10 years the U.S. began reducing the loans, relying instead on overt military repression. The escalating violence included covert CIA activity, attempted assassinations, and the training of Latin American police and military for counterinsurgency. The murder of Che, who was the embodiment of revolutionary change, was a critical part of this. Although there is no doubt the US government did not want him to remain alive, they did not want to be implicated directly in aiding the Bolivians in the extermination of the guerrillas or in Che's murder, for obvious reasons. Open US intervention in Latin American affairs was regarded as unwise, for it would be seen as interference in the internal affairs of supposedly sovereign countries. Governments in Latin America risked anger from their populations if they openly appeared to do the bidding of the United States. Moreover, Che's killing was a cold-blooded murder, and as such, a war crime. The U.SS success in defeating Che in Bolivia in 1967 was the high point of the counterinsurgency capability it had developed after the Cuban Revolution to ensure that no such revolutions would again occur. Che and Castro hoped that the Andes would become the Sierra Maestra of all of Latin America, a training ground for guerrillas who would then spread the revolution from Bolivia to Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, and throughout the entire subcontinent. In Bolivia, Che sought to defend the gains of the Cuban Revolution by extending it. He hoped to create many Vietnams, in solidarity with the struggle in Indochina and as a means of weakening imperialism. Che wrote of the Cuban experience, "The example of our revolution and the lessons it applies for Latin America have destroyed all coffee house theories. We have demonstrated that a small group of men supported by the people and without fear of dying can overcome a disciplined regular army and defeat it." R34. For the United States, the prospect that the spine of the Andes might turn out to be another Sierra Maestra of Latin America, with popular revolts leading to an armed socialist democracy, was indeed terrifying. Such a development would be a setback globally for the US, taking pressure off Vietnam, Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Nicaragua and, above all, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Thus, for Washington, defeating Che was crucial. The counterinsurgency strategy. The strategy of counter-guerrilla warfare that was successfully used against Che Guevara was devised by the Kennedy/Johnson administration when it took off CE in 1961. Walt Whitman Rostow was one of the architects of what became known as flexible response. Rostow was one of President Lyndon Johnson's primary advisors, with an OFCE in the White House. He had been recruited from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology by President Kennedy precisely to help devise a U.S. strategy to counter guerrilla warfare. He coordinated a special group of military and intelligence officers that met weekly to monitor and to stop popular insurgencies worldwide. He specifically advised Johnson on Che's activity in Bolivia. The incoming Kennedy administration began examining the tactics and strategy of the U.S. government in relation to the emergence of national liberation movements in the Third World. They took note of the fact that China and then Cuba had been lost to the world market and that Vietnam and all of Southeast Asia might go the same way. From the end of the Second World War in 1945 to 1960, American had developed a military strategy based upon nuclear weaponry called massive retaliation. It was centered on the possibility of a Third World War, and in particular a showdown with the Soviet Union. It involved a build-up of a large armory of nuclear weapons, including intercontinental ballistic missiles and long-range bombers, all armed with nuclear warheads. If the Soviet Union were, in any way, to threaten the perimeters of the American Empire, it would suffer a devastating retaliatory strike. Despite the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when the Soviet Union's placement of missiles in Cuba in response to the Bay of Pigs invasion and the installing 35 of U.S. missiles in Turkey prompted a nerve-wracking showdown between the superpowers, it was becoming increasingly apparent that direct con-ICT initiated by the Soviet Union was no longer a primary threat. As Che recognized, the Soviet Union had long since ceased its policy of revolutionary internationalism, preferring peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world and America in particular. Instead, the primary danger to U.S. interests came from forces seeking progressive change in the Third World, and especially in Latin America, where revolutionary movements were emerging. A strategy had to be devised to cope with peasants who were armed only with primitive weaponry but who were not deterred by nuclear arsenals. Chief of Staff General Maxwell Taylor, in his book The Uncertain Trumpet, presaged the entire shift in strategy. Taylor was one of the RST to point out that the capacity for massive retaliation was of decreasing value and that what was required was exible response. Massive retaliation as a driving strategic concept has reached a dead end, he wrote, calling instead for a capability to cope with the entire spectrum of possible challenge. Taylor set off a chain of thinking that culminated in a report from a team headed by Henry Kissinger and financed by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. The report, International Security, the Military Aspects, stated that mobile forces must be tailored to confront guerrilla struggles, something that could not be done with nuclear weaponry. This approach came to the fore under the Kennedy administration. Kennedy made Taylor his chief military advisor, brought in Robert McNamara from the Ford Motor Company as his Secretary of Defense, and Walt Rostow and McGeorge Bundy, from Harvard University, as advisors, all of whom supported the new strategy. But it was Kennedy himself who was the biggest proponent of the new approach. Speaking at West Point in 1962, he said, "Subversive insurgency is another type of war, wholly new in its intensity, war by guerrillas, by subversives, by insurgents, in short, by assassins, war by ambush instead of combat, by infiltration instead of aggression, seeking victory by erosion and exhausting the enemy, instead of honorably engaging him. It is in these situations where we need a wholly new kind of strategy, a wholly new kind of force, and therefore a new and wholly different kind of training." As part of this approach, Kennedy increased the special forces of the U.S. military V-fold. He wanted the force to be a dedicated, high-quality, elite corps R-36 of specialists, able to operate behind enemy lines, with sufficient expertise in guerrilla warfare that they could train local forces, as the Green Berets were to do in Bolivia in 1967. Kennedy looked at the current military manuals and saw that none of them contained any information about counterinsurgency. He began to read Mao and Che himself, and made sure that foreign and military officers who were stationed in third world countries were given their writings on guerrilla warfare. Using the pretext of a contrived crisis over access to Berlin in 1961, he was able to persuade Congress to increase the military budget by $3.6 billion and increase the armed forces from 2,500,000 to 2,750,000. All kinds of new, non-nuclear weapons were added. This began a general military escalation that, by 1964, included an 800% increase in the special forces trained to deal with counterinsurgency threats. In the summer of 1962, President Kennedy instituted the Special Group on Counterinsurgency. Headed by Taylor and including Rostow, it met in the White House every week and continued to do so after Kennedy's death, through the Johnson years, up to and past the time of Che's murder. One particularly important part of the strategy it devised, that of rapid deployment, was based on McNamara's understanding of the implications of Che's call for 2-3 many Vietnams. This, should it ever come about, would pose a serious threat to the U.S. military by stretching its manpower and resources beyond the breaking point. Rapid deployment was designed to nip guerrilla activity in the bud, so that major getting on several fronts simultaneously could be avoided. McNamara testified before the U.S. Senate in 1965, the year before Che's entrance into Bolivia, that the RST few weeks of a limited warcon ICT are usually the most critical. Thus the ability to concentrate our military power in a matter of days rather than weeks can make an enormous difference in the total force ultimately required and in some cases serves to halt aggression before it really gets started. With respect to Che in Bolivia, this would prove prophetic. Che's early background. Che's parents eloped when his mother was 3 months pregnant. His parents were offbeat Argentine aristocrats with more blue blood than money. 1. 37. Ancestor had been the Spanish royal viceroy of colonial Peru and another had been an Argentine general. His mother's father was a renowned law professor, congressman, and ambassador. Che, born in 1928, was the oldest of VE children. He contracted lifelong, debilitating asthma at age 2, causing the family to move from Buenos Aires to the healthier high altitudes of the provinces. Because of his asthma, much of Che's education was at home. Later, his poor health also resulted in him being rejected by the draft. The great warrior of the Cuban Revolution was found to have diminished physical abilities, and Che told his friends that he thanked his shitty lungs for doing something useful for a change. 21 Che's mother Celia ran a bohemian household. Books and magazines covered the furniture. People stopped by to discuss and smoke and drink red wine. There were no discernible XED mealtimes. The children rode their bikes through the living room into the backyard. Che's parents were anti-clerical in a conservative neighborhood. The children played soccer after school, with teams made up of those who believed in God and those who did not. Those who did not usually lost because their team was invariably smaller. Che's parents were also political, and, along with Che, actively opposed the Franco dictatorship in fascist Spain. While in college, Che denounced Nazi professors at the university. When in his teens, Che wrote poetry and VE philosophical notebooks. He read assiduously and kept an index of the literature he had read by author, nationality, title, and genre. He read the entire 25-volume contemporary history of the modern world owned by his father, as well as the collected works of Jules Verne, Sigmund Freud, Bertrand Russell, Aldous Huxley, Benito Mussolini, Joseph Stalin, Émile Zola, Jack London, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He read the Communist Manifesto, dipped into Das Kapital, and in his third philosophical journal wrote a long piece on Marx's life and works. He intended to write a biography of Marx. He also wrote a portrait of Lenin, whom he appreciated as a person who lived, breathed, and slept Socialist Revolution 22. Che got a summer job shipping out with the Merchant Marine, where he rubbed shoulders with all sorts of people. Traveling and keeping a journal became a lifelong habit. His motorcycle diaries, published in 1993, were widely read and then made into a popular movie of the same name. The book describes how, in 1952, Che headed across Argentina and towards Chile with his friend, Alberto Granado, on an old Norton 500 cubic centimeters motorcycle, freeloading food and lodging whenever they could. Che's dad had given him a pistol to R38. Use against danger. One night, they had been courteously extended the use of a farmer's barn. Che lay awake looking out into the darkness when suddenly he saw the airy eyes of a puma, a South American mountain lion. He squeezed off a shot and killed the beast. In the morning when he awoke he discovered that he had, in fact, killed the farmer's dog 23. Che visited the copper mines in Chile and tin mines in Bolivia. With his characteristically caustic tongue, he commented that the Yankees had taken everything and left to the native people only an ox. Upon his return from his motorcycle odyssey, Che demonstrated his extraordinary capacity for learning by passing 10 different medical school exams in as many weeks, and becoming a doctor. I dreamed of becoming a famous investigator, of working indefatigably to end something that could be definitively placed at the disposition of humanity. In fact, it was as a revolutionary, rather than as a doctor, that the world came to know Che. Guatemala. In 1953, at the age of 25, Che left Argentina for good, ending up in the small Central America state of Guatemala. 7 months after he arrived there, the CIA succeeded in overthrowing the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. A reformer, Arbenz had stepped on corporate America's toes by nationalizing some of the vast unused land holdings of the United Fruit Company. The United States recruited Castillo Armas, an ex-army colonel and a furniture salesman, and supplied him with arms and training in neighboring Nicaragua, then under the rule of the dictator Somoza. Armas troops took over Guatemala with little resistance, and the 25-year-old Argentine physician was forced to Mexico with his new wife, the Peruvian Marxist Hilda Guidi, getting out of the country just in the nick of time. Hilda was more experienced politically than Che. She helped educate him and bore him a daughter, Hilda, who was born soon after their escape. Fidel, in his spoken autobiography, writes that some of those Cubans who attacked the Moncada barracks in Cuba on July 26, 1953, had escaped to Guatemala and met Che when he was there during the Arbenz period. Fidel Castro, My Life by Fidel Castro and Ignacio Ramonet, p. 172, after Arbenz. 39. Overthrow. They went together to Mexico, where in July of 1955 Che met Fidel in Mexico City. Although we have no document from a U.S. agency regarding his stay in Guatemala contemporaneous to that time, documents from 1956 discuss his presence in Guatemala. Documents 2 and 3, pp 85, 6. The earliest document concerning Che is his biodata sheet and a copy of his passport from his 1952 entry into the U.S. Documents 1, pp 83, 4. Mexico. After meeting Fidel in Mexico City, Che described him as a young man, intelligent, very sure of himself and of extraordinary audacity. I think there is a mutual sympathy between us. 24. They went out for dinner, and after talking for hours, Fidel invited Che to join his guerrilla movement. Che accepted on the spot. He was the second person to do so. The RST was Raúl Castro, Fidel's younger brother. Che wrote, "The truth is that after the experiences of my wanderings across all of Latin America, and to top it off, in Guatemala, it didn't take much to incite me to join any revolution against a tyrant, but Fidel impressed me as an extraordinary man. He faced and overcame the most impossible things. He had an exceptional faith in that once he left for Cuba he would arrive. And that once he arrived, he would GHT. And that he would win. I shared his optimism. It was time to stop crying and GHT. The profound historical understandings about the poor countries of the Americas and the Caribbean, which Fidel shared with Che in Mexico City were, 1. The monopoly land holdings had to be broken up and given to the peasants who worked them, 2. The population had to be armed to defend their conquest, and, 3. The old ruling repressive apparatus had to be eliminated. According to Fidel, Che, in their RST meeting together, asked him to make only one promise: "The only thing I ask is that when the revolution triumphs in Cuba, you not forbid me for reasons of state, from going to Argentina to make a revolution there." Fidel Castro, My Life p. 174, Fidel agreed, especially as he and others were at that time carrying out an incipient but strong policy of internationalism. Fidel Castro, My Life p. 174, Fidel also talks in this book about Che's military training in Mexico. Che and the others were trained by a Spanish general who had been born in Cuba in 1892. Interestingly, that general, R40. Alberto Bayo, had fought in the Spanish Civil War against Franco and fled to Mexico after the defeat of the Republicans. On June 20, 1956, Fidel and two comrades were arrested on a street in downtown Mexico City. 4 days later, on June 24, Che too was taken into custody. Che's arrest is noted in a U.S. document, which says he was arrested in Mexico in connection with the Fidel Castro plot against President Batista of Cuba. Document 2, p. 85. There is a similar document of roughly the same date regarding Che's spouse Hilda Gadita Guevara, although she was not arrested. Document 3, p. 86. Within days, all the members of the newly formed July 26 movement were accused of plotting Batista's assassination in collusion. Cuban and Mexican communists. Havana had demanded their extradition. Anderson, 189, Che was placed in the jail of the Interior Ministry. He told them he was a tourist, that he had come from Guatemala and admitted liking Arbenz. He was charged with violating Mexico's immigration laws, although the press sensationalized the story, labeling Che and some 20 other arrested comrades as communist plotters. Finally, after some 2 months in jail, Che was released, possibly, as Anderson reports, because Fidel had paid a bribe. The Sierra Maestra. On November 25, 1956, Che, acting as the troops' doctor, left from Mexico for Cuba with Fidel and 82 guerrillas on the motor launch, Granma. Batista was forewarned of the invasion, both because of an ill-timed urban uprising in Cuba as well as the spotting of the Granma by a Cuban ship. The Granma landed at an unplanned spot in a mango swamp. Batista's soldiers were there to meet it. Only 22 of the men on board survived the ambush and they scattered into the Sierra Maestra Mountains. Che was caught up in the ambush but escaped. Faced with a split-second decision, he grabbed a box of ammunition rather than his medical kit 25. His skills as a warrior were recognized by others, and Fidel promoted him to Comandante. As the war developed, Che became Fidel's chief commandant as well as his de facto military chief of staff. He began a relationship with a woman who fought alongside of him, Aleta March. After Che divorced Hilda, they married and subsequently had 2 sons and 2 daughters. 41. During the Revolutionary War, Che's father, brimming with admiration, told of a reporter who wrote how busy Che was. He had laid the basis for agrarian reform in the Sierra, built an arms factory, invented a bazookerie, inaugurated the RST bread factory in the mountains, built and equipped a hospital, created the RST school and installed a radio transmitter called Radio Rebelled, and he still had time left to found a small newspaper to inform the rebel troops. 26. In 1958 the CIA sent a spy posing as a journalist into Che's camp in the Sierra Maestra where he headed Column 4, so called though there were only 2 columns, a year before the revolution. The subsequent CIA report states that Che was anti-American. Document 9, P101. The spy actually slept for a week in Che's tent. He smells, the spy reported, and he smokes long cigars in the evening and regularly reads to his troops. That week he was reading Daudet. He is pretty intellectual for a Latino, the agent wrote. Document 6E, P95. Another CIA report describes Che as believing himself to be acting in the tradition of Simon Bolivar. Document 4, pp 87-8. A later CIA report states that Guevara says he defended Arbans so Guatemala could defend itself against exploitation by foreign capital. Document 10, pp 102-04. Together with Camilo Cienfuegos, Che led the troops at the famous Battle of Santa Clara, an operation that cut the island in half, ensuring the rebel victory. The revolutionaries marched into Havana on January 8, 1959. Che was a hero of the war. A law had to be passed lowering the minimum age of holding office from 35 to 30 so that Fidel could assume the post of prime minister. He was 32 at the time. Che was 30. Another law was passed making Che a citizen of Cuba. The success of the Fidelista overthrow of the American-supported Batista dictatorship seems miraculous. The tiny guerrilla force succeeded against 50,000 U.S. trained and supplied troops, but the government had few allies among the people. The guerrillas had massive support throughout the cities and countryside, and in the end there was little Batista could do except quietly board a yacht and escape to Miami. After the revolution triumphed, the CIA continued to track Che, making note of his positions and activities. Documents 11-16, pp 105-13. Che became R42. The head of the La Cabana fortress, where the Batista counter-revolutionaries and torturers were imprisoned. Appointing Miguel Angel Duque de Estrada as head of the Comisión de Depuración, Cleansing Commission, Che took overall responsibility for organizing the trials of these men and was scrupulous in attempting to ensure the judgments passed were objective. Over the course of 3 months several hundred prisoners across Cuba were found guilty of murder or torture and were executed, some 55 at La Cabana 27. Che prepared Cuba's agrarian reform law and designed the agency that would implement it. The law was very popular because a lot of Cubans who had fought on the side of the revolution benefited directly from it. Previously, large tracts of land had been owned by American corporations. The average Cuban peasant worked part-time, seasonally, was not literate, and lived from hand to mouth. The revolutionary government nationalized these big properties, something it was entitled to do under international law. The former owners were told they would be compensated for their losses. The American owners were advised that they would be paid exactly the amount they declared their properties were worth when they listed them for tax purposes. The offers of the Cuban government were turned down by these owners. In retaliation, the United States, which hitherto had processed all of Cuba's oil in American-owned refineries, stopped doing so, and Cuba was cut off from gasoline. The Cubans, in turn, responded by nationalizing the refineries, the bus company, the phone company, the nickel mines, and the economy in general. Instead of production for a planned economy was created. This was the Cuban Socialist Revolution. The response of the United States was to begin a blockade, in October 1960. The following April, Cuban mercenaries organized by the United States invaded Cuba at Playa Girón, the Bay of Pigs. They were defeated within 72 hours. The economic blockade was fully in place by February 1962 and has continued to the present 28th. The blockade has had devastating consequences on the island. It has been accompanied by continuing acts of violence against the Cuban people, as evidenced by a 1999 lawsuit brought against the U.S. government. The lawsuit, for $181 billion in damages, was led in Havana by 8 organizations in Cuba, including trade unions, groups of small farmers, the Women's Organization, the 43 Children's Organization, the Committees to Defend the Revolution, and the Veterans. These organizations make up most of the Cuban population. The suit alleged and identified acts of aggression by the U.S., its agents, servants, and employees, from the period of L960 to L999. Among a litany of charges, the document averred that the U.S. was responsible over these 4 decades for killing 3,498 persons in Cuba and injuring 2,099 more. The suit charged that the U.S. launched and supported air and naval attacks against Cuba, machine gun attacks on people in Havana and on passenger trains, supported armed terrorist groups in the countryside, the Bay of Pigs invasion, the bombing of a Cubana airliner in 1976 in which 73 people were killed, and the infliction of emotional suffering from acts of terrorism. It asserted that the U.S. launched biological warfare causing dengue fever, often fatal to children, and the introduction of swine flu which killed 500,000 pigs. The suit alleged that the U.S. supported terrorists who murdered teachers and attacked collective farms, setting fire to the sugar crops and killing people in the process. This lawsuit and its outcome is described in Washington on Trial, The People of Cuba versus the U.S. Government, edited by David Deutschman and Michael Ratner, Ocean Press, 1999. In the 6 years Che spent in Cuba before he left in L965 RST to GHT in the Congo, and then Bolivia, he headed up Cuba's National Bank, traveled extensively, successfully concluded trade deals around the world, served as a spokesperson for Cuba, with notable elo at the United Nations, and headed Cuba's industrialization effort in order to get away from a dependent one-crop export economy. He wrote the classic manual on guerrilla warfare, which was read intently on both sides of the class line, by revolutionaries as well as the American military. Che spoke widely throughout Cuba, speeches which were either monitored by or recorded by informants working with the CIA and the FBI. While accepting an honorary degree at the University of Las Villas in December of L959, Che told the gathered faculty and students that the days when education was a privilege of the white middle classes had ended. The university, he said, must paint itself black, mulatto, worker and peasant. If it didn't, he warned, the people would break down its doors and paint the university the colors they liked. 29 In a speech at Havana University in 1962, he spoke of the role of students in the revolutionary process. Che emphasized that there are those R44 who, although coming from a social class which has been destroyed, are capable of understanding the historical necessity and absolute impossibility of changing what has occurred in Cuba. Students who want to join the revolution. Che Guevara and the FBI, p. 85. Che in Africa I, the Algiers speech February, 1965. In the early part of 1965, Che traveled to Africa to engage with the liberation struggles that were taking place in a number of countries there. He visited an MPLA camp located in the Congo-Brazzaville Republic, a trip closely followed by U.S. spy agencies. Document 17, pp. 114, 15. The MPLA was the guerrilla group for the liberation of Angola from Portugal. Che's speech to the MPLA stated that Cuba is entirely with you, the Angolan people, with the people of Mozambique and of the so-called Portuguese Guinea. Che then emphasized that the most difficult problem in winning a guerrilla war is that the man in the mountains must be made into a guerrilla. A guerrilla is one who has learned not to fear the army of the enemy. We were not an army of heroes. Far from it. But at the end, a relatively small group completely defeated the army of tyranny. Che's last public speech, widely recognized as one of his most important, was given in Algiers in February 1965, at the Second Economic Seminar on Afro-Asian Solidarity. Che spoke movingly of the need for international solidarity in the struggle against imperialism, because there are no frontiers in the struggle to the death. We cannot remain indifferent in the face of what occurs in any part of the world. A victory for any country against imperialism is our victory, just as any country's defeat is a defeat for us all. The practice of internationalism is not only a duty for the peoples who struggle for a better future, it is also an inescapable necessity. Che Guevara Reader, Ocean Press, 1997. While Che acknowledged Soviet military aid and a generous Soviet trade agreement that subsidized Cuba's sugar exports, his speech in Algiers criticized the Soviet Union for insufficiently supporting the Vietnamese and taking competitive advantage of third world countries, in short, as he said, for being an accomplice with imperialism. It was at this conference that Che said the socialist countries have the moral duty to liquidate their tacit complicity with Western countries. The speech was a slap in the face for those in Moscow who 45. Favored peaceful coexistence. Che advocated extending the revolution to protect Cuba's gains and to offer solidarity with the embattled Vietnamese. Che arrived back in Cuba on March 14, 1965, and disappeared from public sight towards the end of March. He never again publicly appeared in Cuba. Rumors of a split with Fidel. Some commentators have claimed that the Algiers speech angered Fidel, as Cuba was relying upon aid from some of the socialist countries Che criticized, and that the speech was therefore a factor in Che's leaving Cuba. However, these commentators have taken parts of the speech out of context. Che also said that the Soviet Union and China were the most generous toward the Third World. Other evidence demonstrates that Che was preparing to leave Cuba long before the speech and for reasons unrelated to any supposed disagreements with Fidel. Che clearly left Cuba to GHT in and lead liberation struggles. In almost every speech he gave, he exhorted people to GHT against imperialism and to do so with armed struggle. He saw the GHT as a worldwide necessity, and Cuba as an example to be emulated. It is known that he was planning a Bolivian and Latin American guerrilla strategy since at least as early as 1962 and probably before. Tanya, Tamara Bunk, the revolutionary who was with him in Bolivia, was trained in Cuba. She had met Che in 1964 in East Germany, and in that meeting Che explained that her mission was to go to Bolivia. The CIA rect the vast rumor-mongering that spread worldwide as to whether Che and Fidel had split, or worse. An October 1965 intelligence memorandum entitled The Fall of Che Guevara asserts that Fidel had dropped Guevara, who had fallen from power because of his opposition to the practical policies recommended by the Soviet Union. Other information collected by the spy agencies asserted that Che had been assassinated by the Soviets and that he had a violent political argument with Fidel and was probably killed as a result. 30. The truth is that there was no split. When Che joined up with Fidel and the Cubans in Mexico City in L956, it was with the understanding that if they succeeded in Cuba, Che was free to move on. The Cubans embraced Che's internationalism, as evidenced by their efforts in Algeria, the Congo, and Bolivia. R46. Fidel not only supported Che's Bolivian campaign but followed it on an almost daily basis as long as there was radio contact. In the NAL days of the Bolivian campaign, when there had been no news about Che, Fidel visited regularly with Che's family, worrying about the outcome. In addition, despite Soviet objections to Che's presence in Bolivia and the possibility of serious harm to Cuba's economic ties to the Soviet Union, Fidel insisted on Cuba's support for Che and the Latin American revolutionary movements. This support is summarized in Document 36, pp 152-53, a CIA intelligence information cable, dated October 17, 1967, a few days after Che's murder. The document recounts the history of the discussions between Fidel and the Soviet Union on the subject of Cuba's attitude towards Che and revolutions in Bolivia and elsewhere. This document is of historic significance. An alarmed Soviet government, upon learning that Che was in Bolivia, sent Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin to visit Fidel in Havana from June 26 to June 30 of 1967. In all likelihood, using electronic surveillance, the CIA was able to listen in on the discussions, and sent condensed transcripts to the White House and the Army, among other places. Kosygin's purpose in speaking with Castro was to express his government's opposition to Che's presence in Bolivia and Castro's policy of supporting revolutionary activity in Latin America. He objected to the fact that his government was not told of the Bolivian initiative beforehand, and that the guerrilla effort was playing into the hands of the imperialists, and was weakening and diverting the efforts of the socialist world, that is, those Latin American communist parties loyal to Moscow, in its efforts to liberate Latin America. Castro did not accept Kosygin's premise that the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and its followers in Latin America were revolutionary. This CIA document shows succinctly how conscious the American intelligence agency was of the differences between Cuba and the Soviet Union and where the U.S. interests lay. The CIA knew that Cuba did not agree with the Soviet approach to wars of national liberation in Latin America. It stated that Castro accused the USSR of having turned its back upon its own revolutionary tradition and of having moved to a point where it would refuse to support any revolutionary movement unless the actions of the latter contributed to the achievement of Soviet objectives, as contrasted to international communist objectives. This document effectively puts to rest any questions regarding a split with Fidel or claims that Fidel did not support Che in Bolivia. 47. Che in Africa 2, July 1965. After Che's Algiers speech, in which he expressed enthusiasm for the revolutionary possibilities in Africa, Fidel raised the idea that Che return to Africa to lead the Cuban guerrilla contingent already in training for a mission to the Congo. Che left in April 1965. According to Miguel Redbeard Pinheiro, then head of Cuba's overseas revolutionary activities, Che didn't need much convincing. He came back really enthused by his contacts with the Africans. So Fidel told him, "Why don't you go to Africa?" He was really restless with the passing of time and his inability to fulfill what he saw as his historic mission. 31. The Congo mission to defeat the Western-backed Tshombe regime did not succeed. The rebellion Che joined was led by the political heirs of Patrice Lumumba, the Congo's RST prime minister, who had been murdered by Tshombe's forces, most likely with U.S. collusion, in 1961. By the time Che arrived, the rebellion was almost over and it was unlikely much could have been done, despite the Cuban support. In addition, the Congolese rebel leadership, including Laurent Kabila, remained disorganized and uncooperative. 32. During this period, the worldwide rumor-mongering and wild speculation as to Che's whereabouts and his relations with Fidel and the Cuban Revolution were such that Fidel felt compelled to make public a farewell letter that Che had written to him before leaving for Africa. The CIA was aware that Fidel was seeking to quell the speculation about Che. This is re-acted in an intelligence information cable dated September 28, 1965, in which Fidel is reported to have announced that a document explaining Che's absence would be read at a public event. Document 16, p. 113. Fidel read out Che's letter at a rally on October 3, after introducing the Central Committee of the newly created Communist Party of Cuba. Other regions of the world claim the support of my modest efforts. I can do what is forbidden to you because of your responsibility to Cuba, and the time has come for us to separate. On new battlefields I will carry with me the faith that you have inculcated in me, the revolutionary spirit of my people, the feeling of having fulfilled the most sacred of duties, to GHT imperialism wherever it may be. 33. R48. Che and the CIA in Bolivia. After the letter was made public and the possibilities in the Congo had been exhausted, Che did not want to return in any public capacity to Cuba. He had given up his honorary Cuban citizenship and all his official positions and had cast his lot with world revolution. When Che did return from Africa for training in Cuba in 1966, his presence on the island was not made public. There is much speculation in the CIA documents at that time over his whereabouts, but they truly did not know where he was. Although Che was not yet in Bolivia, a CIA document of April 23, 1966, titled Revolutionary Group Allegedly Bound for Bolivia states that 90 Cuban-trained revolutionaries are going to Bolivia and that Che Guevara is leading a force of guerrillas in the Andes. Document 18, p. 116. Che's preparations, including the setting up of a clandestine network in La Paz, had been in the works for some years, and the CIA evidently had some inkling of his plans. Why did Che choose Bolivia? Landlocked, Bolivia was Latin America's poorest, most illiterate, most rural, and most Indian country. It was also the most unstable country in Latin America, having gone through 189 changes in government since it became an independent republic in 1825. Like Mexico in the years 1910 to 1920, and Cuba more recently, Bolivia was a Latin American country whose revolution in 1952 was based on popular participation. And, of course, Bolivia is a neighbor to Che's home country of Argentina. Constancio Apisa, a Bolivian tin miner, summed up the political situation in his country in the year that Che arrived, when the MNR, Revolutionary Nationalist Movement, came to power in 1952, we felt it was a workers' party and things would be different. But then the MNR politicians organized a secret police and LLED their pockets. They rebuilt the army which we had destroyed, and when it got big enough, the army threw them out. Now the army has new weapons which we cannot match. 34 The 1964 military coup ended the MNR's 12-year reign. The military officers who now ran Bolivia were all U.S. trained. Che arrived in Bolivia via Uruguay in early November of 1966 disguised as a Uruguayan businessman. So deceptive was his appearance: shaved beard, horn-rimmed glasses, tailored bank suit that Phil Agee, the CIA agent in Uruguay charged with ending Che, who was to quit the agency soon thereafter and 49. Become a supporter of the Cuban Revolution, wrote that Che easily avoided Uruguayan officials despite a warning Agee had prepared and passed out at the airport in Montevideo. In fact, Fidel told author Ignacio Ramonet that even Raúl Castro failed to recognize Che upon meeting him before he left Cuba for Bolivia. 35. Che's plan was to set up a camp for his guerrillas and, once they were trained, move his troops north to engage the weak Bolivian army. On November 7, 1966, Che arrived at the guerrilla base on the Nacahuazu River in Bolivia. It is the RST date in Che's Bolivian diary, and opens with, "Today begins a new phase. We arrived at the farm at night. The trip went quite well." The Bolivian diary, p. 35 Ocean Press, 2006. They were to train for approximately 4 months before engaging in battle. We have no U.S. government documents from roughly the day Che arrived in Bolivia until some 4 months later. It seems probable that the U.S. did not know his whereabouts during this time. We have used Che's diary to LL in this gap. What follows are shortened versions of Che's monthly summaries for November, December, January, and February, 1967. During this period the guerrillas were training, scouting terrain, and preparing themselves for battle. Che was holding secret meetings with Mario Monge, head of the Communist Party of Bolivia, who ultimately refused to support the expedition. Che noted in his diary that the party is now taking up ideological arms against us. At the end of November, Che writes, "Everything has gone quite well, my arrival was without incident. The general outlook seems good in this remote region." 36. By the end of December, the team of Cubans has been successfully completed, morale is good and there are only minor problems. The Bolivians are doing well, although only few in number. 37. At the end of January. Now the real guerrilla phase begins and we will test the troops. Time will tell what they can do and what the prospects for the Bolivian revolution are. Of everything that was envisioned, the slowest has been the incorporation of Bolivian combatants. 38. On February 1, Che took most of the men on what was supposed to be a 2-week training mission. It turned into an almost 50-day ordeal in which 2 of the Bolivians drowned. At the end of February, while still on the training mission, Che wrote, "Although I have no news of what is happening at the camp, everything is going reasonably well, with some exceptions, fatal in one instance. The next phase will be combat, and will be decisive." 39. R50. By the middle of the following month things had stopped going reasonably well. On March 16, 3 days before Che and his guerrillas returned to the camp, 2 men, Vicente Rocabado Terrazas and Pastor Barrera Quintana, deserted from the party that had been left behind. They were picked up and interrogated by the Bolivian authorities. They gave information about the guerrillas and their location. As a result, the police raided a farm where some of the guerrillas were stationed. From then on, Che and his guerrillas were effectively on the run. The Bolivian army was scouring the area, and those who had stayed behind saw a plane circling above the area over a period of days. The report from the deserters caused alarm at the highest levels of the Bolivian government, as is set forth in a Department of State telegram to the Secretary of State and others from the U.S. Ambassador to Bolivia, Douglas Henderson. Henderson had been ambassador to Bolivia since 1963, a year before the Bolivian Revolution was overthrown in 1964. He was a career Foreign Service officer whose father had joined the U.S. Army and helped put down the Philippine insurrection of 1899 to 1902, as well as the Mexican Revolution in 1916. Henderson's telegram describes a meeting held on March 17. Document 19, pp 117, 18. The meeting was between President Barrientos, his acting chief of the armed forces, and other Bolivian military officials on the one side, and on the other side, Henderson, his deputy chief of mission and the defense attaché. The subject of the memo is reported guerrilla activity in Bolivia. It opens with a reference to a phone call to the ambassador. At the urgent request of President Barrientos, I called on him at his house this afternoon. In substance, Henderson's telegram reports the capture of the 2 deserters, their admitted association with about 40 guerrillas, and their location. The deserters said they were led by Castroite Cubans and the contingent included other nationalities. The 2 men mentioned Che Guevara as the leader but admitted they had never seen him. Both Henderson and Barrientos were doubtful of Guevara's presence. Barrientos requested immediate assistance, especially radio locating equipment to help pinpoint reported guerrilla radio transmitters. Henderson responds by making no commitments and says to Washington that we are taking this report of guerrilla activity with some reserve. But he says he will try and furnish the radio equipment locally before asking for further help. Barrientos had come to power in the typical Bolivian manner. The democratically elected government of Victor Paz Estenssoro was overthrown. 51. In November of 1964 by a U.S. supported coup, which Barrientos led. The CIA and the Pentagon wanted Paz out. In 1964, Paz had voted to keep Cuba in the Organization of American States and against the U.S.-sponsored OAS sanctioning of Cuba, refusing to break relations between his country and the beleaguered island. Che called the OAS the Ministry of Colonies. Barrientos had trained in the United States and had a close relationship with both the CIA and the American military. His friend and instructor while he trained in America was Colonel Edward Fox, who was the military attaché at the American Embassy in La Paz in 1964. At that time Fox worked for the CIA. 20 of the 23 top Bolivian military men now running the country were trained by the United States at the School of the Americas, then in the Panama Canal Zone, as were 1,200 officers and men in the Bolivian Armed Forces. The School of the Americas trained and indoctrinated so many Latin American military men it was known throughout Latin America as the Escuela de Golpes, coup school. Recent events in Vietnam were very much on Ambassador Henderson's mind, and he was wary of Barrientos. He stood for a more measured response to the guerrillas than the hardline approach suggested by the Bolivian president. He believed that overkill could easily make the Bolivian peasantry into durable enemies of the United States. In a survey of instability across Latin America in 1965, the CIA ranked Bolivia second only to the Dominican Republic, which they were to invade that year. The agency was afraid that the political turmoil in Bolivia could lead to communists toppling Barrientos. Through Henderson, Barrientos requested that the United States provide the Bolivian army with high-performance aircraft and napalm as well as the radio locators. He also asked Henderson to warn the governments of Paraguay and Argentina about the guerrilla threat, which he did. However, on Henderson's advice, the U.S. put off supplying aircraft and napalm, fearing that their use would likely prove counterproductive by turning the peasantry toward Che. On March 19, Che arrived back at the guerrillas' base camp after the lengthy training mission that had gone awry. Upon his return he received the bad news about the two desertions. Che, too, had seen a plane circling the day before and was concerned. He was told the news that the police had raided the farm and that the army could be advancing against them. R-52. He met with Tanya Bank, the undercover operative who had been sent to La Paz 2 years earlier as support for Che, who had arrived at the camp during his absence. Tanya was 32 years old and had grown up in Argentina, where her parents were refugees from Nazi Germany. Her father, a language teacher, was German, her mother was a Russian Jew. Both were communists. Tanya RST met Che in 1959 when he led a delegation to East Germany and she was a philosophy student at Humboldt University in East Berlin. She moved to Cuba 2 years later where she attended the University of Havana, worked in the Ministry of Education, and joined the Cuban women's militia before leaving for Bolivia. Tanya had arrived at the camp in February along with Regis Debray and Ciro Bustos. Debray was to have been Che's courier to Havana and then to Paris. He came from an upper-class Parisian family and had attended the prestigious École Normale Supérieure. Debray had recently taught philosophy in Havana and had written the widely read book Revolution in the Revolution, which laid out what became the Fidelista theory of revolution, small groups of guerrillas operating in the countryside and linking with supporters in the cities in a way that provided a catalyst for the seizure of power. The Leninist concept of building a mass socialist party was discarded. Debray popularized Guevara's argument that such a party was not necessary at this late stage of imperialism. In situations such as Bolivia where the government and its army were extremely weak and the American military stretched thin with 500,000 troops bogged down in Vietnam, a rural guerrilla force with support in the urban areas could come to power without building a party of the Leninist type. This is what, Guevara argued, had happened in Cuba. Tanya had arranged false documents for Debray and Bustos, an Argentinian artist and an early supporter of the Cuban Revolution who had traveled to Cuba in 1960, met Che, and collaborated with him in organizing support for revolutionaries in Uruguay before going to Bolivia. Despite Che's orders to the contrary, Tanya had herself accompanied the men from La Paz to the Camaray guerrilla camp. While she waited for Che, her jeep was discovered by the Bolivian army. It tied her to both the guerrillas and the support network in La Paz. Che wrote, "Everything indicates that Tanya has become known, which means that 2 years of good patient work has been lost. Departure has become very difficult now." A few days after Che's return to the base camp, early on the morning of March 23, 1967, the guerrillas fought their RST battle. Che had sent out some of 53. His men to set up a defensive perimeter. In the course of doing so they sprung an ambush on a group of Bolivian soldiers, killing 7 and capturing 18. As Che reports, 2 prisoners, a major and a captain, talked like parrots. 41 After this battle, it was obvious to Che that his general whereabouts had been discovered. This meant he and his men had to stay on the move. A U.S. Department of Defense Intelligence Information report dated March 31, 1967, on the subject of counterinsurgency capabilities in Bolivia reports in detail on this March 23 battle. Document 21, pp 121-22. After diminishing reports of guerrilla activity during the weekend of 17 to 21 March 1967, on March 23 a Bolivian army patrol clashed with a guerrilla group ranging in reported numbers from 50 to 400. This action occurred in Nancajao, 1930s/6340 W. They are a well-organized force and are armed with modern weapons and under the direction of Castroite Cubans. The Bolivian army has approximately 600 men involved at the present time. They are being supported by the Air Force. The success of Che's forces caused alarm to Bolivian officials. On the day of the battle, Barrientos had another meeting with the U.S. Deputy Chief of Mission advising him that the guerrilla situation had worsened, and that he believed the guerrillas were part of a large subversive movement led by Cuban and other foreigners. Barrientos said his troops were green and ill-equipped and asked again for urgent U.S. assistance. The recent attacks led the U.S. officials to believe that the guerrillas could constitute potential security threat to the government of Bolivia. Documents 20, 21, pp 119-22. This intelligence information report also points out that the United States is the only foreign country providing military assistance and hardware to Bolivia. Document 21, pp 121-22. Henderson and Barrientos met again on March 27, 1967. In a 1.5 hour meeting, Barrientos appealed for direct U.S. aid to support the Bolivian armed forces so they could meet the emergency in which Bolivia was helping to GHT for the U.S. Document 20, pp 119-20. The Department of State responded to Henderson by saying it was reluctant to support a significantly enlarged army, but would provide a limited amount of essential material to assist a carefully orchestrated response to the threat. If that proved inadequate, Henderson was to assure Barrientos that the U.S. would consider further requests for help. Document 20. On March 31, 1967, the Department of State informed U.S. embassies in neighboring countries that the plan was to block the guerrilla escape, then bring in, train and prepare a Ranger-type unit to eliminate R-54. The guerrillas. Further, the Department of State was considering using a special U.S. military training team for accelerated training of the counter-guerrilla force. Document 20. In reporting on this meeting, Henderson noted the sad state of the Bolivian armed forces. I suspect that Barrientos is beginning to suffer some genuine anguish over the sad spectacle offered by the poor performance of his armed forces in this episode, i.e., an impetuous foray into reported guerrilla country, apparently based on a fragment of intelligence and resulting in a minor disaster, which further tended to panic the GOB into a lather of ill-coordinated activity. With less than adequate professional planning and logistical support. Document 20. Che's analysis in his diary entry at the end of March included, among other points, an assessment of the overall situation. General panorama is characterized as follows: the phase of consolidation and purging of the guerrilla force fully completed. The initial phase of the struggle, characterized by a precise and spectacular blow, the Battle of March 23, 1967, but marked by gross indecision before and after the fact. Bad conduct and missed opportunities by 2 of the guerrillas. He concluded that evidently, we will have to hit the road before I expected and move on, leaving a group to recover, saddled with the burden of 4 possible informers. The situation is not good, but now begins a new testing phase for the guerrilla force that will be of great bounty once surpassed. 42 On April 10, the guerrillas again engaged in 2 ambushes, in which a total of 8 Bolivian soldiers were killed, 8 wounded, and 22 or 28, the diary is unclear, taken prisoner. One of Che's men was killed. 43. On April 17, Che split up his group. Tanya and another guerrilla were ill and they, along with some other stragglers, were left with Joaquin, Major Juan Vitalio Acuna, a commandante in the revolution, while Che and the remaining guerrillas went off 44. The two parties were never to meet up again. After the discovery of the guerrillas in March, American General Robert W. Porter, chief of the Southern Command, went to Bolivia to assess the situation. Other American generals and admirals made some half-dozen visits between March and Guevara's death in October. On April 18, General Porter sent Air Force Brigadier William A. Tope to Bolivia to make a full report on the guerrilla situation and the help that the Bolivians needed. He stayed through April 30, and met 3 times with Barrientos and also with Air Force General Ovando 55. The Bolivian military was very weak, and both Che and the Americans knew it. General Tope, after meeting with Barrientos, wrote a report that was sent to American President Lyndon Johnson's Latin American advisor Walt Whitman Rostow. Tope reported that the Barrientos and Bolivian High Command wanted planes and napalm. Tope believed that the thinking of the Bolivian generals was archaic, impulsive, and self-aggrandizing. 46 He, like Henderson, was afraid that Barrientos would indiscriminately bomb civilians, which he believed would be counterproductive. General Tope proposed to General Ovando that the United States train a Bolivian battalion whose mission would be to exterminate Che's guerrillas. 47. Ovando was enthusiastic. As a result, on April 28, while Tope was still in Bolivia, the United States Military Advisory Group signed an agreement with the Bolivian government providing training and equipment to the Bolivian Army. The entire document, entitled Memorandum of Understanding Concerning Activation, Organization, and Training of the 2nd Ranger Battalion Bolivian Army, is reproduced in the pages that follow. Document 22, pp 123, 25. The agreement opens with the recognition of a possible threat to the internal security of the Republic of Bolivia in the Orient, and agrees that a rapid reaction force of battalion size capable of executing counterinsurgency operations in jungle and difficult terrain throughout this region will be created in the vicinity of Santa Cruz, Republic of Bolivia. The Bolivian generals agreed to furnish the troops and a suitable place to have them trained. The Americans agreed to supply and train them and provide intelligence. They promised to send 16 American officers whose mission would be to produce a rapid reaction force capable of counterinsurgency operations. The Americans quickly put in place the intelligence network promised in the agreement, something badly needed by the Bolivians. General Tope reported that the Bolivians' armed forces do not have a sound, or even workable intelligence system. This was because the Bolivian army had been dismantled after the 1952 revolution and was only reconstructed beginning in 1964 with the ascendancy of the military dictatorship. Tope sent U.S. Air Force General William K. Scott, his head of intelligence in Panama, to Bolivia to set up the network. Hector Maloney, a CIA officer, assigned to Porter's command, was also sent to help Scott get things started. 48. R56. On April 20, a week prior to the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, Regis Debray and the Argentinian Ciro Bustos left the guerrillas' camp along with the journalist George Andrew Roth. Roth had tracked down the guerrillas and may have been a collaborator with the CIA. Debray knew nothing of this possible involvement. 49. Debray thought, wrongly, that he and Bustos could pose as journalists too. Their plan did not work, and upon walking into a village on the same day they had left, Che, Debray, Bustos, and Roth were captured by the Bolivian army. Their quick capture and the fact that Roth was released in July before the others lends credibility to the assertion that Roth was indeed working with the CIA. Debray and Bustos were tortured. Debray was beaten with a hammer. Bustos confessed when shown photos of his daughters. They admitted that Che was in Bolivia, providing solid confirmation, for the RST time, of what the American and Bolivian governments suspected. Bustos even provided accurate hand-drawn portraits of the guerrillas. A CIA agent, a Cuban-American codenamed Gabriel Garcia Garcia, aided the interrogations. 50. The summary of activity in April appearing in Che's diary is that things are developing normally, but we are totally cut off, the peasant support base has yet to develop, and there has not been a single new recruit. Regarding the military strategy, Che emphasizes that, it seems certain the North Americans will intervene heavily here, having already sent helicopters and apparently the Green Berets, although they have not been seen around here. Che concludes that morale is good among all combatants who have had their preliminary test as guerrilla leaders 51 on May 8. Pursuant to the Memorandum of Understanding, 16 Green Berets arrived in Bolivia to train the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion, which had been set up to track down and eliminate the guerrillas. The Green Berets had been created by President John F. Kennedy after the failure of the Americans at the Bay of Pigs, to operate as a force for international counterinsurgency. The group in Bolivia was under the leadership of an officer named Ralph Pappy Shelton. A career soldier, Shelton came from an impoverished family and had only a 10th grade education. He had been wounded in Korea before going to officers' candidate school where promising soldiers are trained to be officers. He then fought in Vietnam and Laos. Shelton arrived in Bolivia from Panama the second week of April in 1967. The training lasted until September 1957. The Green Berets trained the Bolivians to operate in units divided into platoons, companies, and nally the battalion. They were taught how to march, shoot, detect booby traps, GHT hand-to-hand, deal with barbed wire, and to move around at night. They built themselves up physically and practiced ring at targets. It was particularly important to teach them how to avoid ambushes. Shelton himself was reportedly very popular with local civilians. He made a point out of socializing and would visit local bars and play his guitar 52. Meanwhile, also on May 8 Che's guerrillas mounted another ambush of Bolivian soldiers, killing 3 and taking 10 prisoners, along with some RES, ammunition, and food. The next morning they set the soldiers free 53. On May 11, Walt Rostow wrote a letter to Johnson reporting that the RST credible report that Che Guevara is alive and operating in Latin America, had been received, but that we need more evidence before concluding that Guevara is operational and not dead. Document 23, p. 126. The information probably had come from the interrogation of Bustos and Debray, or from the guerrillas captured in Bolivia. At the end of May, Che summarized his situation in his diary. Most significantly, he wrote that there now was a total lack of contact with Manila, Havana, La Paz, and Joaquin, which reduces the group to 2554. This situation was only to get worse. In light of information from the interrogations of captured guerrillas, and especially the information given by Debray and Bustos, the United States stepped up its efforts to implement the April agreement with the Bolivians. By mid to late June the U.S. had recruited 2 Cuban Americans who would wear Bolivian military uniforms, blend in with the Bolivian soldiers and accompany the Bolivian Ranger Battalion as they sought to eliminate the guerrillas. One was Gustavo Villoldo, known in Bolivia under the alias Eduardo González. Villoldo, a Miami counter-revolutionary who had fought in the Bay of Pigs and whose wealthy father had owned a car dealership in Havana before the revolution, was hired by the CIA to set up an intelligence network in Bolivia. Earlier in his career he had been sent by the CIA to the Congo with a group R-58 of Cuban counter-revolutionaries to help the Chambé government to GHT the Castroists who were there. He had known Che was in the Congo 55. Villoldo RST arrived in Bolivia in February, L967, and returned there in July. In an interview in Miami on November 21, 1995, he told Jose Castaneda that we placed a series of assets and those assets began giving us information we needed to neutralize the uprising. That entire mechanism, that logistical support, left the guerrillas completely isolated. We completely penetrated the urban network. 56 serving under Villoldo was the second Cuban American employed by the U.S. 57, CIA agent Felix Rodriguez, who went on to become well known as a result of his claim to be the highest-ranking military officer on the scene when Che was executed. Rodriguez's L989 autobiography is titled, with characteristic bravado, Shadow Warrior, the CIA hero of 100 unknown battles. In it, he recounts how he grew up as the only child of a well-to-do provincial Cuban family of Spanish/Basque ancestry. One of his uncles was a minister in the Batista government, another was a judge. He spent time at the farm of his uncle, Feliz Mendiguisha, where he rode horses and, at the age of 7, learned to shoot a ree. At age 10 he went off to military school, living with another uncle, Jose Antonio Mendiguita, Batista's Minister of Public Works, in a big house in the expensive Miramar neighborhood in Havana. In 7th grade he left to attend a boarding school in Pennsylvania. His family opposed the July 26 movement even before Batista's dictatorship was toppled. They moved to Miami after the revolution. Rodriguez assures his readers that they were very much anti-communist. At the age of 17, Rodriguez joined the Anti-Communist League of the Caribbean, sponsored by Dominican Republic strongman General Rafael Trujillo, who Rodriguez refers to as a so-called tyrant. Thereafter, Felix trained in the Dominican Republic for an invasion of Cuba, but did not participate in the group's failed 1959 invasion. By now living in Miami, Rodriguez went on to join the Cruzada Cubana Constitucional, one of the many anti-communist groups in the city, whose goal was to begin military operations against Castro. Rodriguez was made a platoon sergeant. He thought of himself as a revolutionary, spoke often of honor and freedom, and dreamed of liberating Cuba. He was 18 years old and just graduated from high school. He was given an 59 expensive sports car by his family and spent the summer chasing girls at the beach. He decided against going to college and instead forged his father's name on an application to go to GHT in Cuba. In 1961, at the age of 21, Rodriguez volunteered to assassinate Fidel Castro with what he described as a beautiful German bolt-action ree with a powerful telescopic sight, all neatly packed in a custom-made padded carrying case. There was also a box of ammo, 20 rounds. A spot was picked out for the murder, at a location Castro was known to frequent. The young assassin tried 3 times to take a boat from Miami to Havana, but the boat failed to show up and finally the mission was cancelled. Rodriguez described himself as being tremendously disappointed, because I was a Cuban soldier. I considered myself at war with Fidel as far as I was concerned, he still is a legitimate military target even today. Much later, Rodriguez recounted that he had learned of many CIA attempts to murder Castro. He was asked in 1987 by the independent counsel investigating the Iran/Contra scandal if he, himself, had tried to kill Castro with an exploding cigar. "No sir, I did not," he answered. "But I did volunteer to kill that son of a bitch in 1961 with a telescopic ree." Rodriguez participated in the Bay of Pigs invasion of the same year, where he infiltrated Cuba with a pre-invasion group. When the operation failed, he managed to evade capture and head to Venezuela, and then back to Miami. After his participation in the murder of Che, Rodriguez went on to work with the CIA in Vietnam and, during the Reagan-era Contra Wars, in El Salvador, and Nicaragua. He boasted of his friendship with then Vice President George Bush and proudly showed people the Rolex watch he wore as a trophy, claiming that he took it from Che after he had been killed 58. The United States was afraid that a large presence of U.S. soldiers in Bolivia would be counterproductive and only Villoldo and Rodriguez, disguised as Bolivian army officers, were allowed to go into the combat zones. The very top levels of the American government, Army, and intelligence service actively followed the unfolding events. On June 23, Rostow sent President Johnson a summary of the situation with guerrillas in Bolivia. Document 24, pp 127, 28. It noted that on March 24, Bolivian security forces had been ambushed, that since then 6 other battles had been fought, and that the Bolivian forces have come off R60 badly in these engagements. Rostow's summary referred to the cable he had sent President Johnson on June 4 where he, Rostow, reported that the guerrillas had between 50 and 60 people, but maybe as high as 100. He pointed out to Johnson that the 17-man Green Beret team had arrived and was training a new Bolivian Ranger battalion, and that the CIA, because of the information given to them by Debray and Bustos, now believed Che headed the guerrilla forces. At that time 600 Bolivian soldiers were in the counterinsurgency efforts, supported by the Bolivian Air Force. The plan of the Bolivian military was to maintain contact with the guerrillas and block their escape until the Ranger unit being trained by the Americans could move in and eliminate them. 59. There was an urgent tone to Rostow's assessment that without U.S. aid and training the problems in Bolivia might become very serious. He pointed out that the Bolivian army was outclassed by the guerrillas, and if their forces were augmented the government of Bolivia could be threatened. The outlook is not clear. The guerrillas were discovered early before they were able to consolidate and take the offensive. The pursuit by the government forces, while not very effective, does keep them on the run. These are two pluses. At their present strength the guerrillas do not appear to pose an immediate threat to Barrientos. If their forces were to be quickly augmented and they were able to open new fronts in the near future, as now rumored, the thin Bolivian armed forces would be hard-pressed and the fragile political situation would be threatened. The hope is that with our help Bolivian security capabilities will outdistance guerrilla capabilities and eventually clear them out. Document 24, pp 127, 28. President Johnson told Rostow on June 23 to confer with the CIA, State Department, and Defense Department on the whole guerrilla problem in Latin America. 60. The next day Rostow met with the CIA, State Department and Defense Department. Rostow put Bolivia number 1 on a list of the most urgent matters because of the weak army and the fragile political situation. These factors were at the center of Che's decision to go to Bolivia in the RST place. Evidently the CIA and State Department agreed with his analysis. 61. The United States and its Bolivian clients were moving in for the kill. Everything was in place. Rodriguez and Villoldo were on the ground providing intelligence for the Bolivian army. The head of the Bolivian Interior Ministry, Anthony Argudos, was on the CIA's payroll, and Edward Fox of the CIA was stationed in La Paz as a military attaché. 61. The American and Bolivian governments were also concerned about Che's group linking up with the Bolivian workers, particularly the militant miners at the large Silgo XX mine. In the early morning of June 24, Bolivian Air Force planes strafed a village housing workers from the mine and their families, killing hundreds while they were still in their beds after a celebration the previous night. This preemptive action became known as the St. John's Day Massacre. 62. The U.S. government was complicit in the suppression of the miners. 63. The U.S. supported MAPs, military assistance programs, in the mining areas because they contributed to the stability of the military junta and its reforms. The embassy in La Paz applauded the government's response to the problem at Siglo XX. Immediately after the massacre, Rostow sent a 3-page report to Johnson about the incident. 64. On June 29 William G. Bodler, who worked for the National Security Council, was invited to meet with the Bolivian ambassador at his residence in Washington, D.C. Document 25, pp 129, 30. Bodler described most of the conversation as a monologue by the loquacious ambassador about Barrientos and the political situation in Bolivia. Eventually the Bolivian ambassador got around to what was obviously the main purpose of the invitation to request aid for establishing a hunter-killer team to ferret out guerrillas. The ambassador pointed out that the idea did not originate with him but came from friends of his in the CIA. Bodler inquired whether the Ranger Battalion now in training in Bolivia was not sufficient. The ambassador replied that what he had in mind was 50 to 60 young army officers, with sufficient intelligence, motivation, and drive, who could be trained quickly and could be counted on to search out the guerrillas with tenacity and courage. Bodler told him that his idea may have merit, but needs further careful examination. Document 25. Apart from demonstrating how closely the U.S. and Bolivia cooperated in pursuing Che, this document shows how nefarious was the role of the CIA. The CIA suggests hunter-killer teams to Bolivian officials, and then those OPCHALs suggest them to representatives of the executive branch of the US government. The United States is on both sides of the equation. Bolivia is essentially a messenger between the CIA and the National Security Council, which advises the president. By the end of June, Che's situation was getting worse. He wrote in his diary of the continued total lack of contact with Joaquin's group, and that our most R62 urgent task is to re-establish contact with La Paz, to replenish our military and medical supplies, and to recruit 50 to 100 men from the city. His troops were now reduced to 24 people 65. In a July 5 memorandum to Rostau document 26, pp 131-32, Bodler summarized the current U.S. military training role in Bolivia, is helping train and equip a new Ranger battalion. The Bolivian absorption capacity being what it is, additional military assistance would not now seem advisable. 3 lines of source text not de classe ed. On that same July 5, a high-level meeting was held at the White House. Rostau, Bodler, and Peter Jessup, another National Security Council staffer, met in the Situation Room with representatives of the Department of State, Henderson, the ambassador to Bolivia, a Department of Defense OPCHAL, and 2 CIA OPCHALs, Desmond Fitzgerald and William Brough. The group agreed that the special strike force that had been requested by Bolivia at the suggestion of the CIA was not advisable because of the U.S. Embassy's objections. They decided that the United States should concentrate on the training of the 2nd Ranger Battalion with the preparation of an intelligence unit to be part of the battalion. Document 26. They summarized the U.S. efforts to support the counterinsurgency program in Bolivia against Cuban-led guerrillas, stating that it should follow a 2-step approach. Alongside the 16-man military training team from the U.S. Special Forces, the United States should also provide ammunition, radios, and communications equipment on an emergency basis under map and expedited delivery of 4 helicopters. Document 26. Intelligence was also a concern, and here the CIA was given primary responsibility. As the training of the Ranger Battalion progressed, weaknesses in its intelligence collecting capability emerged. The CIA was formally given responsibility for developing a plan to provide such a capability on July 14. A team of 2 instructors arrived in La Paz on August 2. In addition to training the Bolivians in intelligence collection techniques, the instructors text not de classe ed plan to accompany the 2nd Ranger Battalion into the ELD. Although the team was assigned in an advisory capacity, the CIA expected that they will actually help in directing operations. The agency also regarded 63. This plan as a pilot program for probable duplication in other Latin American countries faced with the problem of guerrilla warfare. Document 26. The 2 instructors, as we have seen, were Villoldo and Rodriguez. A Department of Defense Intelligence Information report dated August 11, 1967, describes the RST organized operation conducted by the Bolivian Army in the current guerrilla situation, during the period July 8 to 27. Document 27, pp 133-35. The 2-page report was likely transmitted by the CIA agents on the ground in Bolivia, either Rodriguez or Villoldo, but as the names of the sources, the originators, the references, and the approving author were blacked out, we do not know who prepared it. It is accompanied by a map showing the area near Nacahuazú where hundreds of the Bolivian Rangers had carried out military sweeps. The operation was considered a success by the Americans accompanying them, even though they were not successful in capturing a guerrilla unit. 1 guerrilla was reportedly killed. On July 9, after the RST encounter with the guerrillas, an abandoned encampment was located, and a piece of paper found in an empty toothpaste tube listed 11 names: Joaquin, Polo, Pedro, Alejandro, Medico, Tanya, Victor, Walter, Broilo, Negro, and Guevara. The operation supposedly enhanced the morale of the Rangers, and for the RST time, upon being read upon, they did not drop their weapons and run. At the end of July, Che reports in his diary that the total lack of contact with Joaquin's group continues. He writes that we have 22 men, with 3 disabled, including me, which decreases our mobility. 66 In early August, the Bolivian army, aided by detailed maps that Bustos had drawn for them, found the storage caves and the old base camp at Nancawazoo. Che wrote in his diary on August 14 that it was a bad day, and that this was the worst blow they have delivered. Documentation in the caves led the Bolivians to Loyola Guzman, the key contact and national organizer of the support network in La Paz. She attempted suicide by throwing herself from an upper story of the Ministry of Government building, but survived. Documents found in the caves were sent to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, for analysis. Rostow wrote a note to Johnson about the ND, telling him that the Bolivians wanted all the materials back to use as evidence in the upcoming trial against Debray 67. R64. The net closes. On August 28, Joaquin, Tanya, and 8 others were ambushed crossing the Macy-Curry River and all but one were killed. Document 28, p. 136, 38. Joaquin's group was betrayed to the Bolivian army by a farmer named Honorato Rojas. According to José Castillo Chavez, a Bolivian guerrilla survivor whose nom de guerre was Paco, Rojas was bribed with an offer of money and the possibility of taking his whole family to the United States by a CIA agent in Santa Cruz named Irving Ross. It was Rojas who told the Bolivians where the group was going to make a crossing, and the army laid in wait. Che had lost 1/3 of his troop. Barrientos attended Tanya's burial in Valle Grande a week later when her body was recovered in the river. The remaining guerrillas were now caught in a vice between 2 Bolivian divisions. Rostow wrote to Johnson that the Bolivian armed forces narrowly scored their RST victory, and it seems to have been a big one. 68 He told Johnson that the 2nd Ranger Battalion would be going into operation soon after. 69. On or about August 31, Felix Rodriguez, at least as he tells it, interrogated Paco, the survivor of the massacre of Joaquin's group. Paco identified the people in Che's band and, Rodriguez claims, provided information that allowed him to calculate Che's exact location. Paco supposedly told him that a guerrilla named Miguel who led a vanguard was always 1,000 meters in advance of the main troop led by Che. When Miguel was killed in September, Rodriguez claims to have identified him by his fingerprints and thereby knew exactly where Che was. Although their training had yet to be completed, the 2nd Ranger Battalion departed immediately for the guerrilla zone, hastened by the information Rodriguez had garnered. 70. Che's diary at the end of August concluded that without doubt this was the worst month we have had in this war. The loss of all the caves with the documents and medicines was a heavy blow, psychologically above all else. The loss of 2 men at the end of the month and the subsequent march on only horse meat demoralized the troops, and sparked the RST case of desertion. The lack of contact with the outside and with Joaquin, and the fact that prisoners taken from his group talked, also demoralized the troops somewhat. My illness sowed uncertainty among several others, and all this was reacted in our only clash. 65. Che listed the most important issues facing the group as a lack of contact of any kind, no reasonable hope of establishing it in the near future, no ability to recruit peasants, and a decline in combat morale, temporary. I hope 71 September was a month of some skirmishes, news about the loss of Tanya and the others, and what Che labels defeat near the town of La Higuera. 72. On September 26 Coco, Peredu, Miguel, Hernandez, and Julio, Gutierrez, were killed. Peredu, a Bolivian guerrilla leader, was one of Che's most important men. Rodriguez urged the Bolivians to move the Ranger Battalion headquarters to Valle Grande, which is near La Higuera. 73. On September 29, again according to Rodriguez, the Bolivians were persuaded to move the 2nd Ranger Battalion to Valle Grande. Rodriguez joined these 600 and FTY men who had been so well trained by U.S. Special Forces Major Pappy Shelton. 74. By the end of September, Che reported that, after an ambush in which some of his men were killed, they were in a perilous position. He also wrote that there may be truth to the various reports about fatalities in the other Joaquin's group, so we must consider them wiped out. The features are the same as last month, except that now the army is demonstrating more effectiveness in action and the peasant masses are not helping us with anything and are becoming informers. The most important task is to escape and seek more favorable areas. This was not to be 75. Che's last diary entry is for October 7. On that date, the 17 remaining members of the troop were in a ravine near La Higuera 76. Che notes that the 11-month anniversary of our establishment as a guerrilla force passed in a bucolic mood with no complications. The troop met an old woman named Epiphany tending her goats about 1 league from Higueras and went to her house. They gave her and her daughters 50 pesos with instructions to not say a word, but we have little hope she will stick to her promise. 77 The old woman never did betray Che, and went to the mountains with her 2 daughters out of fear of the army. But someone else did inform on them. A local peasant, Pedro Pina, saw the guerrillas pass his potato eld, and the army was tipped off. 78. In his introduction to Che's Bolivian diary, Fidel Castro wrote of the events of the next day, October 8, L 967. On October 7 Che wrote his last lines. The following day, at 1 p.m., in the narrow ravine where he proposed waiting until nightfall in order to break out of the encirclement, a large enemy force made contact with them. The small group of men who now made up the detachment R66 fought heroically until dusk. From individual positions located on the bottom of the ravine, and on the cliffs above, they faced a mass of soldiers who surrounded and attacked them. 79. Che was captured in the early afternoon on October 8 by Captain Gary Prado of the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion. He had been wounded in the leg and was weaponless. His re'ee had been shot out from under him. Together with his comrade Willie he was escorted to the village of La Higuera where he was held in a tiny schoolhouse. Meanwhile, back in Washington. On October 9 the Department of State telegram from American Ambassador Henderson in La Paz to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. stated that, the previous day, Che Guevara had been wounded in the leg and taken prisoner by Bolivian Army units in Higueras on Sunday. Document 29, p. 139. The telegram states that Che had been wounded in the leg but was alive. It calls this information reliable, presumably because it came from the CIA agents who were there. The key portion reads as follows. Subject, Che Guevara. The document is in all capitals but is transcribed here in upper and lower case 1. According block Che Guevara taken prisoner by Bolivian Army units in Higueras area southwest of Villa Grande Sunday October 8. 2. Guevara reliably reported still alive with leg wound in custody of Bolivian troops in Higueras morning October 9. Contradicting this document, however, is another sent to President Johnson and excerpted below, in which President Barrientos is quoted as saying that by 10 a.m. on October 9, Che was already dead. In fact, Che was not murdered until after 1 p.m. that day. At 6:10 p.m. on October 9, Walter Rostow wrote a memorandum to President Johnson on White House stationery that the Bolivians got Che Guevara, qualifying this by saying it was Uncan Remed. Document 30, p. 140. Rostow writes that the Bolivian unit responsible for this is the one we have been training for some time and has just entered the eld of action. The Rostow 67 memorandum cites information given by President Barrientos to newsmen at 10 a.m. on October 9, although not for publication, that Che Guevara is dead. It further states that the Bolivian Armed Forces believes Rangers have surrounded guerrilla force boxed into Kenyan and expect to eliminate them soon. On October 10 Bodler of the National Security Council staff sent a note to Rostow on White House stationery that there is no RM reading on whether Che Guevara was among the casualties of the October 8 engagement. Document 31, p. 141. The statement is quite remarkable, as Che had been murdered the day before, with the CIA agent Felix Rodriguez present. So the CIA certainly was aware of Guevara's murder. However, it appears that Bodler and the National Security Council were out of the loop, probably intentionally. The next document dated October 11 at 10:30 a.m. from Rostow to President Johnson is central to the claim, including that made by Castaneda, that the United States did not want Che executed. In the document, Rostow calls the killing stupid with its implication that the US was not involved. Document 32, p. 142. However, on examination, the document is self-serving, and it proves nothing of the sort. In fact, its substance can be read as to the contrary. It lays out all of the reasons why the US government would want Che executed and claims 99% certainty that this has been achieved. It then leaves a blank for something that is to arrive in Washington within a day. The omitted sentence most likely refers to Che's fingerprints, or even possibly his hands, cut off from his corpse in Bolivia, that were being sent to Washington to verify his identity. The memorandum then gives a cover story that attempts to hide the US role in the murder. It details what the CIA told the National Security Council concerning the murder, which it claims was ordered by the head of the Bolivian Armed Forces. CIA tells us that the latest information is that Guevara was taken alive. After a short interrogation to establish his identity, General Ovando, chief of the Bolivian Armed Forces, ordered him shot. I regard this as stupid, but it is understandable from a Bolivian standpoint, given the problems which the sparing of French communist and Castro courier Regis Debray has caused them. General Ovando may or may not have ordered Che murdered, but it is unlikely he did so without instructions from, or in agreement with, U.S. officials, inasmuch as the U.S. had paid for the entire Bolivian operation, and the U.S. military and CIA personnel had trained, accompanied, and directed the Hunter R. 68 killer groups whose job it was to eliminate the guerrillas. Felix Rodriguez's story, if true, also makes it doubtful that the U.S. wanted Che kept alive. Rodriguez, posing as a Bolivian officer, claims he was the highest military officer on the scene when the murder occurred. Would he have transmitted an order to murder Che had such an order been contrary to the wishes of his CIA employer? To ask the question is to answer it. Moreover, why should we believe what the CIA told Rostow? It seems very likely that Rostow was misled to give him, the President, and the State Department plausible deniability. The execution without trial of a captured combatant of any sort, guerrilla or soldier, is a war crime. Taking responsibility for the murder of Che might also have made relationships with Latin America more difficult. Blaming the murder on Bolivia provided cover for a US/CIA operation. From the documents mentioned earlier, there is evidence that the CIA did not always fully share information with the National Security Council. As we have seen above, the documents show that Rostow reported that Che was dead when he had not yet been murdered, a fact known to the CIA, and that Bodler, on October 10, wrote to Rostow that there was no evidence to support a conclusion that Che was dead at a time when the CIA knew he was. Since L948, the CIA has engaged in illegal actions that it does not reveal directly to the executive so that the president can deny an accusation with plausibility. But whether or not Rostow was told the truth by the CIA is beside the point. For despite his statement indicating that he regarded it as stupid to murder Che, the substance of his memorandum to President Johnson is that Che's death been U.S. policy. His claim that somehow Che should not have been killed is undercut, to say the least, by the BNTS he sees in Che's death. Here is the key part of the memorandum to President Johnson where Rostow outlines the importance of Che's death. The death of Guevara carries these significant implications. It marks the passing of another of the aggressive, romantic revolutionaries like Sukarno, Nkrumah, Benbella, and reinforces this trend. In the Latin American context, it will have a strong impact in discouraging would-be guerrillas. It shows the soundness of our preventive medicine assistance to countries facing incipient insurgency. It was the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion. 69. Trained by our Green Berets from June-September of this year that cornered him and got him. We have put these points across to several newsmen. As Rostow points out, Che's death can now be added to the list of deaths of other romantic revolutionaries, and that it will discourage other guerrillas. In other words, while there would have been some BNTS to U.S. counterinsurgency policy just from Che's capture, these were much stronger as a result of his death. There is simply no way that the United States government, including Rostow, wanted Che kept alive. it was against what they perceived as their best interests. They thought his death was a major blow to revolutionary movements and wanted the press to know it. A day after Rostow summarized the positives of Che's death for the United States government and Latin America, the Director of Intelligence and Research at the State Department wrote a 6-page report entitled Guevara's Death: The Meaning for Latin America. Document 33, pp 144-47. The report, dated October 12, 1967, went to Rostow and the National Security Council. It emphasized, in even stronger terms than had Rostow, the positive importance of Che's death. Che Guevara's death was a crippling, perhaps fatal blow to the Bolivian guerrilla movement and may prove a serious setback for Fidel Castro's hopes to foment violent revolution in all or almost all Latin American countries. Those communists and others who might have been prepared to initiate Cuban-style guerrilla warfare will be discouraged, at least for a time, by the defeat of the foremost tactician of the Cuban revolutionary strategy at the hands of one of the weakest armies in the hemisphere. It continues by measuring the effects of Che's death in Bolivia. Effects in Bolivia. Guevara's death is a feather in the cap of Bolivian President René Barrientos. It may signal the end of the guerrilla movement as a threat to stability. And then in Latin America. Probable Latin American reaction to Guevara's death. News of Guevara's death will relieve most non-leftist Latin Americans who feared that sooner or later he might foment insurgencies in their countries. And nally, it assents that the death will strengthen the peaceful line of the Latin American communist parties affiliated with Moscow, R70. If the Bolivian guerrilla movement is soon eliminated as a serious subversive threat, the death of Guevara will have even more important repercussions among Latin American communists. The dominant peaceful line groups, who were either in total disagreement with Castro or paid only lip service to the guerrilla struggle, will be able to argue with more authority against the Castro-Guevara Debre thesis. They can point out that even a movement led by the foremost revolutionary tactician, in a country which apparently provided conditions suitable for revolution, had failed. In a very short note to President Johnson, dated October 13 at 4 p.m., and written on White House stationery, Rostow writes, "This removes any doubt that Che Guevara is dead." Document 34, p. 148. The "this referred to" is blanked out of the note, but as is clear from other documents, the fingerprints from Che's cut-off hands have been matched with prior copies of Che's fingerprints. Rodriguez's inconsistencies. The next document is also dated October 13 and is from the Director of the CIA, Richard Helms, to Rostow, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense. Document 35, pp 149, 51. The subject is described as statements by Escobedo Che Guevara prior to his execution in Bolivia. Although the source of the information is excised, the context makes clear that CIA operative Felix Rodriguez supplied the content. This does not make the content true, but it is the earliest full statement we have on the record from Rodriguez. The document makes interesting reading, although again we do not know how much is accurate. According to Rodriguez, he got access to Che on October 9 at around 7 a.m. Che was sitting on the or in the corner of a small, dark schoolroom, in Higueras. He had his hands over his face. His wrists and feet were tied. Che refused to be interrogated but permitted himself to be drawn into a conversation. According to Rodriguez, Che discussed the Cuban economic situation, Camilo Cienfuegos, Fidel, the Congo, treatment of guerrilla prisoners in Cuba, and the future of the guerrilla movement. He wrote further that a telegraphic code was arranged between La Paz and Higueras with the number 500 representing Guevara, 600 meaning the phrase keep alive, and 700 representing execute. The order to execute came at 11:50 a.m. from La Paz, and Guevara was executed with a burst of shots at 1:15 p.m. 71. According to this document, Che's last words were, "Tell my wife to remarry and tell Fidel Castro that the revolution will again rise in the Americas." To his frightened and hesitant executioner he said, "Remember, you are killing a man." Rodriguez states that it was impossible to keep him alive. Rodriguez was again debriefed about Che's execution almost 10 years later. Document 40, pp 175, 80. The interview, on May 29, 1975, by the Deputy Inspector of the CIA, was likely pursuant to the Church Committee hearings, United States Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities. In this interview, Rodriguez took credit for just about everything with regard to the capture and killing of Che. He claimed that it was he who ensured the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion was deployed immediately to Valle Grande when it appeared Guevara was likely to be in that area. He claims that when he and Villoldo were given instructions about their mission in Bolivia, there was a clear one instruction that in the event the Bolivian army captured Guevara, they should do everything possible to keep him alive. He says that, when Guevara was captured, he sent a message to the U.S. asking that an embassy representative be sent to the area to prevail upon the Bolivians to spare Che's life, as he did not think he could succeed in doing so. Even if he sent such a message, which he might have as cover for the murder to follow, no embassy representative ever appeared. He then claims, as he did in the earlier BRIENG, that as the highest-ranking Bolivian officer he received the call to execute Che on the military-held telephone. This time, he says he was given the code numbers 500 and 600. He said he knew that 500 referred to Guevara, 600 to the word execute, and 700 to the preservation of Guevara's life. These simple codes had been identified to him previously. As we noted earlier, in the 1967 summary of his report on the execution, Rodriguez had said that 600 meant keep alive and 700 meant execute. Document 35, pp 149, 51. That he was mixed up about these simple codes concerning the most important moment in his life, raises questions about his claims that it was he who received the call, transmitted the order, and could do nothing to stop the murder. Rodriguez said he was left with the implementation of the execution. He told a sergeant of the order to execute Guevara and entrusted the mission to him. The CIA interviewer is evidently skeptical about Rodriguez's claim that he received the order to execute Guevara from higher-ranking Bolivian officers. R72. After all, the CIA agents, Rodriguez and Villoldo, had never before given orders by Bolivian officers. According to the Deputy Inspector General, despite their apparent status as Bolivian officers, Rodriguez said that they never were given orders by higher-ranking Bolivian officers. One exception to this rule was the order which Colonel issued to Rodriguez on the day of Guevara's execution, if Rodriguez's story is to be believed. Rodriguez repeatedly says he was ordered to keep Che alive if captured, that he wanted Che kept alive, and there was nothing he could do to stop the execution. This was standard operating procedure for the CIA. As we have seen, U.S. fingerprints were not to be found on any of the assassinations carried out during this period. Plausible deniability was of key importance to the U.S. and especially the President and Department of State. Rodriguez's story and the other stories of Che's murder gave the U.S. that deniability. In the context of the Church Committee, which was investigating the CIA and presidentially ordered assassinations, this deniability was important. The Bolivian death documents. On October 16, 1967, the High Command of the Bolivian Armed Forces released a statement regarding the death of Che Guevara. The statement is contained in a Department of State airgram dated October 18, 1967, from the embassy at La Paz to various U.S. officials. Document 37, pp 154, 59. Attached to the airgram are 4 annexes including the death certificate, the autopsy report, the Argentine police report and a communique from the Argentine embassy. Argentina had cooperated by sending fingerprint and handwriting experts, as it had a copy of Che's prints in his Argentine identity records. The experts confirmed a fingerprint match as well as a match of Che's handwriting with that in his diary. The statement issued by the High Command even as late as October 16 is of interest because, in it, the Bolivians still claimed Che died as a result of battle wounds. See concerning the combat that took place at La Higuera between units of the armed forces and the Red Group commanded by Escobedo Che Guevara, as a result of which he, among others, lost his life. The following is established. 73. Escobedo Guevara fell into the hands of our troops gravely wounded and in full use of his mental faculties. After the combat ended, he was transferred to the town of La Higuera, more or less at 8 p.m. on Sunday, October 8, where he died as a result of his wounds. His body was transferred to the city of Valle Grande at 4 p.m. on Monday, October 9, in a helicopter of the Bolivian Air Force. American Ambassador Henderson, in a classy ed comment, was critical of the Bolivian claims, and wrote that the Bolivian statement did not answer questions about Che's death. Begin classified. The documents do little, however, to resolve public speculation on the timing and manner of death. It will be widely noted that neither the death certificate nor the autopsy report state a time of death. This would appear to be an attempt to bridge the difference between a series of earlier divergent statements from armed forces sources, ranging from assertions that he died during or shortly after battle to those suggesting he survived at least 24 hours. Some early reports last week also indicated that Guevara was captured with minor injuries, while later statements, including the attached autopsy report, affirm that he suffered multiple and serious bullet wounds. We doubt that the communiqué will satisfactorily answer these questions and are inclined to agree with the comment by Presencia columnist Politicus that these discrepancies, now that the identity of the body is generally accepted, are going to be the new focus of polemics in the coming days, especially abroad. End classified. It is surprising that Henderson appears so out of touch with what really occurred. By October 16, Rodriguez had transmitted his version of events to the CIA, which knew that Che had been executed. Document 35, pp 149, 51. This is again an indication that Henderson, and possibly others at State, may have been kept in the dark, at least for a while, about the murder. This would allow them to deny involvement in a CIA killing operation. A Department of Defense document dated November 28, 1967, gives the results of a debris NG of the officers of the 2nd Ranger Battalion's activities from September 26 to October 31, and the details concerning the execution of Che Guevara. Document 38, pp 160, 69. In an earlier version issued as a Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report dated November 9, 1967, the names of the Bolivians are excised, but they are included in the November 28 document. The document describes in detail the various battles in late September and October that R-74 led to Che's wounding and capture, as well as the efforts to eliminate the remainder of Che's guerrillas after his capture. Attached to the document are 4 hand-drawn maps of the key battles. Document 39A-39E, pp 170, 74. A section of the report consists of an interview on October 30, 1967, with Lt. Espinosa, Lord of Company B, 2nd Ranger Battalion, regarding the handling of Che after his capture. Lt. Espinosa talked at length with Guevara, though Guevara did not reveal any pertinent information. Early in the morning of the 9th of October, the unit received the order to execute Guevara and the other captives. The officers involved did not know where the order originated, but felt that it came from the highest echelons. CPT. Prado gave the order to execute Guevara to Lt. Perez, but he was unable to carry out the order and in turn gave it to SGT. Terran, Company B. By this time, SGT. Terran had 40'd his courage with several beers and returned to the room where Guevara was being held prisoner. When Terran entered the room, Guevara stood up, hands tied in front, and stated, "I know what you have come for. I am ready." Terran looked at him for a few minutes and then said, "No, you are mistaken, be seated." SGT. Terran then left the room for a few moments. SGT. Terran returned to the room where Guevara was being held. When he entered, Guevara stood and faced him. SGT. Terran told Guevara to be seated, but he refused to sit down and stated, "I will remain standing for this." The sergeant began to get angry and told him to be seated again, but Guevara would say nothing. Finally Guevara told him, "Know this, you are killing a man." Terran then read a burst from his M2 carbine, knocking Guevara back into the wall of the small house. Espinosa does not make any mention of Rodriguez, Ramos, and states that the order to execute Che came in the early morning, whereas Rodriguez says it came almost at noon. Document 35, pp 149, 51. This discrepancy is simply another indication that there are differing stories about the facts of Che's murder and that Rodriguez's assertions are untrustworthy. Recall also that, in addition to Espinosa's statement, which does not mention Rodriguez, there are the notes of Bolivian Colonel Selleck that John Lee Anderson reviewed. Again, there is no mention made of any order being transmitted to or from Rodriguez. Rodriguez's diversion of blame away from the CIA has been a long-standing accomplishment. But his story is wholly discredited by the documentary facts. 75. And historical circumstances. The CIA has been a paramilitary organization since 1948, a year after its creation. It can and does function with a certain autonomy, so much so that a 1975 commission of the U.S. Senate was set up to investigate its practice of political assassinations. As the historian of U.S. anti-communist foreign policy and ex-Foreign Service officer William Bloom sets out in his book, Killing Hope, from 1948 until 1967, the year of Che's murder, a documented 19 prominent foreign individual assassinations, or planning for same, were carried out by the agency 80. In addition to those documents reproduced in this book, there are likely to be others that are still unavailable to us. Those documents would likely deal with communications between the CIA and the Department of State, and the Bolivian generals and the Bolivian president after Che's capture. But, to summarize from the documents we do have, the record shows that, the CIA had been keeping track of Che since 1954, VE years before the Cuban Revolution, when he was a young doctor in Guatemala. After the revolution, they regularly documented his whereabouts and activities. The CIA, acting through Chicago mobster Johnny Rosselli, had previously tried to kill Che by poison in Cuba. Most damning in our recounting is the prior understanding the CIA country chief Gustavo Villoldo admits to having arrived at with General René Barrientos, where they agreed that if Che were captured he was to be killed. Barrientos gave Villoldo his word as president of Bolivia that this would be done. When Che was killed, counterinsurgency head Walt Rostow crowed over the murder, pointing out to Johnson the good this would do for the U.S. The CIA followed suit in its assessment of what Che's death meant for the prospects of revolution in Latin America. The autonomy from the legislative and the executive that the CIA enjoyed was necessitated by the practice of plausible deniability, an Orwellian formulation for lying. That practice allowed the CIA and the president to claim they had clean hands. As George Orwell wrote in 1984, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." Fidel's eulogy. On October 19, 1967, a mass public ceremony to honor Che was held in Havana's Plaza de la Revolución. After the showing of LM clips of Che and R-76 Fidel and a 21-gun salute, Fidel delivered a moving eulogy. Speaking of Che's heroic victories, Fidel acknowledged that the death of Che is a hard blow. It is a tremendous blow to the revolutionary movement because, without any doubt, it deprives it of its most experienced and capable chief. However, how must revolutionaries face this adverse blow? How must they face this loss? What would be Che's opinion if he had to make a judgment on this subject? He expressed that opinion very clearly when he wrote in his message to the Latin American Solidarity Organization that if death surprised him at any place, it would be welcome, providing that his battle cry had reached a receptive ear and another hand was stretched out to grasp a weapon. And that was his battle cry. It will not reach one receptive ear, but millions of receptive ears, not one hand, but millions of hands outstretching to grasp weapons, inspired by his example. On July 13, 1997, the remains of Latin American revolutionary hero Che Guevara, buried since 1967 in an unmarked grave in rural Bolivia, were returned to Cuba. Document 43, p. 194. Che's legacy. While today there are few if any Guevarist organizations leading armed struggle in the countryside, Che's struggle for a better world lives on. Che now symbolizes a certain spirit, both ethical and political, formed from revolt against the domination of imperialism, rage against capitalist social injustices, intransigent struggle against the established order, and the intense desire for a socialist revolutionary transformation of society. 81 Nowhere was this shown to be more true than in Bolivia, with the 2005 election of its RST indigenous president Evo Morales. In his inauguration speech, Morales paid homage to Che Guevara, who fought for a new world of equality. 82 In the Morales government are militants, like Loyola Guzman, who fought along Che in the Bolivian ELN, Ejército de Liberación Nacional de Bolivia. When Morales was asked to address the question, "Why do I like Che?" he responded, "I like Che because he fought for equality, for justice. He did not just care for ordinary people, he made their struggle his own." 83. 77. When interviewed about Che in 2006, Fidel reacted, "What did he leave behind? I believe the biggest thing is, really, his moral values, his conscience. Che symbolized the highest human values, and he was an extraordinary example. He created a great aura, a great mystique. I admired him a great deal, and loved him." 84 Che left behind a legend of a man who died for acting on his ideas, not just talking about them. Che embodied the hope of succeeding generations that the world can and must be changed, in the words of Che's African-American contemporary Malcolm X, by any means necessary. They guillotined Charlotte Corday and they said Marat is dead. No, Marat is not dead. Put him in the Pantheon or throw him in the sewer, it doesn't matter, he's back the next day. He's reborn in the man who has no job, the woman who has no bread, in the girl who has to sell her body, in the child who hasn't learned to read, he's reborn in the unheated tenement, in the wretched mattress without blankets, in the unemployed, in the proletariat, in the brothel, in the jailhouse, in your laws that show no pity, in your schools that give no future, and he appears in all that is ignorance and he recreates himself from all that is darkness. Oh, beware human society, you cannot kill Marat until you have killed the misery of poverty." Victor Hugo. Viva Che. Documents. R84. Document 1. Che Guevara's Biodata, 1952. The RST document in Che Guevara's LE is a copy of his Argentine passport and tourist visa. Information was entered on a separate biodata sheet. 85. Document 2. File card on Che Guevara, July 1956, 1956. File card with information about Che Guevara shortly after his arrest on June 24, 1956, in Mexico as a member of the group led by Fidel Castro planning an invasion of Cuba. Contains erroneous information such as never studied medicine. Typical of the LE cards kept by U.S. spy agencies on any potential troublemakers. R86. Document 3. File card on Hilda Gadita Guevara, July 1956, 1956, similar card on Che Guevara's spouse, Hilda Gadita Guevara. 87. Document 4. CIA cable on Fidel Castro's chief lieutenants, January 1958, A. 1958, secret CIA cable containing short biographical notes on ranking staff of Fidel Castro's guerrilla force in the Sierra Maestra. Che Guevara is described as intelligent and idealistic and believes himself to be acting in the tradition of Simon Bolivar. Note the distribution of cable to Department of State, Army, Navy, Air Force, Joint Chiefs of Staff, National Security Agency and others. R88. Document 4, B, 1958. 89. Document 5. CIA report on General Staff of July 26 Movement, January 1958, 1958, CIA report on the General Staff of the July 26 Movement. Che Guevara is described as wanting to help in the GHT to correct the existing political situation in Latin America. R90. Document 6. CIA Biographical Note on Che Guevara, February 1958, 4-page CIA Biographical and Personality Report concerning Che Guevara, Fidel Castro's henchman. Apparently this information is gathered from someone in Che's band. 91. Document 6, A. This document emphasizes Che's asthma, claiming that he is completely dependent for his survival upon his inhalator. Also, includes the statement that Che has no Negro strain in him and derogatory comments concerning Che's teeth and bathing habits. R92. Document 6, A. Continued. 93. Document 6, B, and C, 1958, the informant alleges that Che Guevara speaks only one word of English, golf, a game he supposedly loves, and comments on his preference as a doctor to extract upper teeth. Describes Che as the type which would joust at windmills. I am not a doctor, I am a warrior, Che is reported to have said. R94. Document 6, D, 1958, asserts that Che Guevara always had been the rebel in the family. Apparently, he and Castro liked each other from the start. Castro needed a doctor. Che liked the idea of action in Cuba. 95. Document 6, E, primarily concerned with whether or not Che Guevara is a communist and his attitude toward the United States. Comments that Che's attitude is fairly common among young Latinos. Concludes that Che's attitude towards the U.S. is dictated more by somewhat childish emotionalism and jealousy and resentment than by a cold, reasoned, intellectual decision. States, Che is fairly intellectual for a Latino. R96. Document 6, F, 1958, Che Guevara has a concept of himself as a romantic, dashing, warrior gur. Politics, as such, does not interest him, and if Castro wins his GHT, he, Che, will leave Cuba and explore the upper reaches of the Amazon River. Reports that Che reads literature to his troops, including Charles Dickens and Alphonse Daudet, and describes himself as an individualist. Indicates that if Fidel does not succeed, he will die like a man at the head of his troops. 97. Document 7. CIA report on Che Guevara's communist sympathies, February 1958, CIA report noting that Che Guevara is not a Communist Party member although he is a communist sympathizer. R98. Document 8. CIA biographical data on Che Guevara, November 1957 to February 1958, 1958, 3-page CIA biographical report on Che Guevara. A. Discusses Che's chronic asthma, his literary interests, his desire to become a revolutionary leader and his support for Arbans in Guatemala. 99. Document 8, B, 1958, describes Che Guevara's views of U.S. interference in Latin American affairs. Che's thinking is considered far removed from the orthodox Marxist pattern. He is described as more of a Latino populist. He is the commander of Fidel Castro's second guerrilla column and his men worship him. R100. Document 8, C, 1958, mentions a wound Che Guevara had, and that Fidel had conferred citizenship on him. 101. Document 9. CIA information report that Guevara commands guerrilla column, April 1958, 1958, CIA report stating that Che Guevara commands column number 4 of the Castro forces, that he is anti-American, and that he has a police record in Miami where he was arrested and interrogated during the Korean War. If this is so, it must have been during his 1952 visit. R102. Document 10. CIA biographical data on Che Guevara, March 11 to 30, 1958, 3 pages of CIA biographical data on Che Guevara. A. Che voted against Perón, refused to serve in the Argentine military and left Argentina for that reason. Che was one of the 12 survivors of the Granma expedition. 103. Document 10, B, 1958, Guevara says he defended Arbin so that Guatemala could defend itself against exploitation by foreign capital, particularly the United Fruit Company. He became interested in Cuba during his university days when he read books by José Martí. R104. Document 10, c. 1958, describes a typical day in Che Guevara's life as a guerrilla. He spends most of his time on combat missions, and at night smokes a huge cigar and reads José Martí. 105. Document 11. CIA Information Report on Guevara's Views on Foreign Policy, July 1959, CIA Information Report on Views of Escobedo Che Guevara Serna on Cuban Foreign Policy. R106. Document 11 continued. 107. Document 11 continued. R108. Document 12. CIA report that Guevara is a Marxist but not a party liner, March 1960, CIA document that is most likely from an informant inside Cuba. States he is a Marxist, but probably not a party liner, as evidenced by his praise of President Tito of Yugoslavia. 109. Document 13. CIA memo on Guevara's daily worker interview from Director John McCone, December 3, 1962, document from John A. McCone, Director of the CIA, possibly to the Secretary of State or the President concerning an agreement with the Soviet Union regarding Cuba. Specifically mentions as one of three negative indicators Che Guevara's daily worker interview on armed struggle. McCone says Cuba will pursue the arms SIC R110. Document 14. Department of State telegram on negotiations with the USSR, December 7, 1962, telegram from State Department to the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Adlai Stevenson, regarding negotiations with the Soviet Union. Once again, it warns them about Che Guevara's comments on armed struggle in the daily worker interview, and quotes the pertinent sections. 111. Document 14 continued. R112. Document 15. FBI request for more recent copies of Che's fingerprints, January 14, 1964, request from FBI headquarters for a more recent copy of Che Guevara's fingerprints. What is the reason for the request at this particular time? Did they suspect Che of a crime? Of traveling as a guerrilla leader? Of using a disguise? Did they have a plot to kill him and wanted to make sure they got the right guy? 113. Document 16. CIA report on Fidel's statement about Guevara's absence, September 28, 1965, CIA report noting that Fidel Castro says he will read a statement at a forthcoming public ceremony which will explain Che Guevara's absence. R114. Document 17. Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report on Che's visit to MPLA, Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, guerrilla leaders in the Congo, 1965 to 1966. Che along with the Cuban ambassador to Algeria visits the MPLA, Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, guerrilla leaders in the Congo. The document reports that some 250 Cubans are acting on behalf of the MPLA. Che gives a speech to the MPLA. 115. Document 17 continued. R116. Document 18. CIA report stating that Guevara is on his way to Bolivia, April 23, 1966, CIA document of April 23, 1966, titled Revolutionary Group Allegedly Bound for Bolivia states that Cuban-trained revolutionaries are going to Bolivia and that Che Guevara is leading a force of guerrillas in the Andes. 117. 1967 March 17 AM 7:57. Incoming telegram. Department of State. Subject, reported guerrilla activity in Bolivia. 1 At urgent request of President Barrientos, I called on him at his house this afternoon accompanied by unclear ND to ND him in a meeting with Acting Chief of Armed Forces General Belmonte, Army Commander General Lafuente, Army Chief of Staff Colonel Vasquez, and aides. 2 Barrientos said Bolivian authorities yesterday morning picked up 2 guerrilla suspects, Vicente Rocaboto Terrazas and Pastor Barrera Cuntal, near Ipita, Department of Santa Cruz, coordinates approximately 19 degrees, 40 minutes south and 63 degrees, 32 minutes west. 3 Unclear interrogation in La Paz today, suspects reportedly admitted association with group of guerrillas numbering 30 to 40 in region surrounding Ipita, running roughly from Monteagudo and Lagunillas in the south to Valle Grande in the north. They reportedly said group was led by Castroite Cubans and included Peruvians, Argentines, and perhaps other foreigners. Suspects reportedly independently identified as also involved with guerrillas Moises, Guevara, and person known as Chino, also recently reported from here blocked out as involved in guerrilla preparations. 4 Unspecified quantities and types of arms, and had ample funds. Suspects were in fact picked up after arousing suspicions of local authorities because of unduly generous offers they were making for food supplies. Proximate cause of their detention may have been however their sale of a .22 caliber RIE. 5 There has been no armed or other type of contact in area with the reported guerrillas, although 2 squads of Bolivian. Document 19. Telegram to Department of State reporting capture of 2 guerrillas and request by President of Bolivia for military aid, March 17, 1967, AMB. Henderson informs Washington that 2 guerrillas after capture were interrogated, and claimed Che was their leader, but had never seen him. President Barrientos requests aid, and Henderson recommends providing radio locator equipment that Barrientos requested. R118. RVEC troops are reportedly trailing 1/2 day behind elements of them through very difficult terrain. 6. Barrientos and his senior military commanders appeared prepared to believe there was some kind of guerrilla preparation in the area and asserted as a fact there were a number of guerrilla radio transmitters sending coded signals within the region. 7. Barrientos said he believed the guerrillas' purpose was to divert Bolivian military forces to this remote, densely covered and militarily extremely difficult terrain, leaving vital centers such as La Paz, Cochabamba, Oruro, and the mines with reduced protection against possible subversive action in those places. 8. Barrientos said he would not fall in any such trap but plans to put security forces in key centers on extra alert and send small specially quali-ed forces into the reported guerrilla area to box them in. 9. Barrientos requested immediate assistance from U.S. in following respects: jam provision of radio locating equipment and necessary technical backup to enable GOB to pinpoint reported guerrilla radio transmitters. B. Additional communications equipment which would be needed by ELD forces operating there. 10. Barrientos said he thought security forces in Paraguay and Argentina should know of the foregoing in the event the reported guerrillas are forced out and CWEE in their direction. He asked our cooperation in transmitting this message. 11. I made no commitments beyond a promise to look into what we might be able to do. 12. We are taking this report of guerrilla activity with some reserve, but see no harm in embassies Asunción and Buenos Aires passing message mentioned paragraph 7 above, at their discretion. 13. Meanwhile we are seeing what we can do locally about providing radio locator equipment before calling for further USG help in this regard. GP- Henderson. Document 19 continued. 119. 163 Editorial note from Department of State Publication, Foreign Relations 1964-1968 South and Central America. On March 16, 1967, the embassy in La Paz reported that President Barrientos had personally informed Ambassador Henderson that 2 guerrilla suspects had been detained by Bolivian authorities and, upon interrogation, had admitted association with a group of 30 to 40 guerrillas led by Castroite Cubans and other foreigners. The suspects reportedly mentioned that Che Guevara was leader of the guerrilla group, but they had not seen him. Barrientos urgently requested U.S. communications equipment to enable the Bolivian government to locate reported guerrilla radio transmitters. Henderson made no commitments beyond a promise to look into what the United States could do. Telegram 2314 from La Paz, March 16, National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Central Files 1967-69, Poll 23-9 Ball. A year earlier there were intelligence reports that Che Guevara is in South America, but U.S. analysts found little supporting evidence. In a March 4, 1966, memorandum concerning rumors of Guevara's presence in Colombia, Fitzgerald noted that penetrations of insurgent groups had revealed no indication of Guevara's presence in any of these groups. Central Intelligence Agency, DDO/IMS, Operational Group, Job 78 to 5505, Area Activity Cuba, further analysis by the agency identi ed 7 conisting rumors of Guevara's whereabouts. A March 23, 1966, memorandum prepared in the Western Hemisphere Division noted that Guevara's usefulness had been reduced to his ability as a guerrilla, and that with his myth he is 10 feet tall, without it, he is a mortal of normal stature. Under the circumstances, the agency concluded, it is not believed justly able to divert considerable amounts of time, money, and manpower to an effort to locate Guevara. It is considered far more important to use these assets to penetrate and monitor communist subversive efforts wherever they may occur, since Guevara's presence in an area will not affect greatly the outcome of any given insurgent effort. Ibid. On March 24, 1967, the embassy in La Paz reported that Barrientos met with the deputy chief of mission on March 23 to advise him that the guerrilla situation had worsened and that this deterioration caused him increasing concern. Barrientos believed the guerrilla activity was part of a large subversive movement led by Cuban and other foreigners. He pointed out that Bolivian troops in the area of guerrilla activity were green and ill-equipped, and reiterated his urgent request for U.S. assistance. The embassy told Barrientos that our military officers were working with the Bolivian military to ascertain facts relating to requirements. Telegram 2381 from La Paz, March 24, National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Central Files 1967-69, Poll 23-9 Ball. 2 U.S. Military Assistance Advisory Group of SERS reported that on March 23 guerrillas had ambushed a 22-man Bolivian Army patrol near Nancuahazu, prompting the embassy to report to the department on March 27, there is now sufficient accumulation of information to bring country team to accept as fact that there is guerrilla activity in area previously mentioned. That it could constitute potential security threat to GOB. Telegram 2384 from La Paz, March 27, Ibid. In a 90-minute meeting with Ambassador Henderson on March 27, Barrientos appealed for direct U.S. budgetary support for the Bolivian armed forces to meet the emergency and one in which Bolivia was helping to GHT for the U.S. Document 20. Department of State Publication, Foreign Relations 1964-1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 163 describing U.S. meetings concerning R120. In reporting this discussion to the department, Henderson observed, I suspect that Barrientos is beginning to suffer some genuine anguish over the sad spectacle offered by the poor performance of his armed forces in this episode, i.e., an impetuous foray into reported guerrilla country, apparently based on a fragment of intelligence and resulting in a minor disaster, which further tended to panic the GOB into a lather of ill-coordinated activity, with less than adequate professional planning and logistical support. Henderson continued, pressed by his military he may seek resort to the lobbying talents of Ambassador Sanjins in Washington in an effort to run proper channels of communication with U.S. authorities. Telegram 2405 from La Paz, March 29, Ibid. On March 29, the CIA reported that two guerrillas captured by the Bolivian army had furnished information that the guerrilla movement is an independent, international operation under Cuban direction and is not affiliated with any Bolivian political party. The agency had received information about the development of other guerrilla groups in Bolivia. Should these other groups decide to go into action at this time, the Bolivian government would be sorely taxed to cope with them in addition to the Cuban-backed group. Memorandum from Name Not de Clase Ed to the Chief, Western Hemisphere Division, March 29, Central Intelligence Agency, DDO/IMS, Job 88-01415R, LE Name Not de Clase Ed. On March 31, the department responded to Henderson's concerns, "We have no evidence end runs being attempted here." The department instructed the embassy in La Paz. According to the CIA report, May 10, Che Guevara told Text Not de Clase Ed that he had come to Bolivia in order to begin a guerrilla movement that would spread to other parts of Latin America. CIA Information Cable TDCS 314/06486-67, IBID. You may at your discretion inform Barrientos that we most reluctant consider supporting significantly enlarged army, either through provision additional material or through renewal budget support. We fully support concept of providing limited amounts of essential material assist carefully orchestrated response to threat, utilizing to maximum extent possible best trained and equipped troops available. Should threat deniedly prove greater than capacity present forces, Barrientos can be assured U.S. willingness consider further assistance. Telegram 166701 to La Paz, March 31, National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Central Files 1967-69, Poll 23-9 Ball. Also on March 31, the department informed U.S. posts in neighboring countries to Bolivia that the current plan is to block guerrilla escape, then bring in, train and prepare Ranger-type unit to eliminate guerrillas. The department also indicated that the United States was considering a special military training team, MTT, for accelerated training counter-guerrilla force. Telegram 16641 to Buenos Aires, ETAL, March 31, IBID. On May 11, Rostau reported to President Johnson that CIA has received the RST credible report that Che Guevara is alive and operating in South America. The information had come from interrogation of guerrillas captured in Bolivia. We need more evidence before concluding that Guevara is operational and not dead, as the intelligence community, with the passage of time, has been more and more inclined to believe. Memorandum from Rostau to Johnson, May 11, Johnson Library, National Security File, Country File, Bolivia, Volume 4, Memoranda, January 1966 to December 1968. Document 20 continued. 121. Information submitted follows closely the format of blocked out. 1. A4, after diminishing reports of guerrilla activity during the weekend of 17 to 21 March 1967, on March 23 a Bolivian army patrol clashed with a guerrilla group ranging in reported numbers from 50 to 400. This action occurred in Nancajao 1930s/6340W, area which is located in the southern part of Bolivia, approximately 70 kilometers north of Cari, 2003s/6331W. Information available indicates that the guerrilla group consists of approximately 80% Bolivians, total strength not over 100, the remainder being Castroite Cubans, Peruvians, Argentinians, and Europeans. They are a well-organized force and are armed with modern weapons and under the direction of Castroite Cubans. The Bolivian Army established a forward command post at Lagunas, 1936s/6341W, under the command of the 4th Division. To search out the guerrillas, the Bolivian Army started with 100 men from the 4th Division stationed at Lagunas and were later backed by one company consisting of 100 men from the Site Regiment, U.S. map supported, which was airlifted from Cochabamba. One company from 8th Division consisting of 100 men from Santa Cruz was airlifted to reinforce the 4th Division, and two companies consisting of approximately 160 to 170 men from 2D Regiment Bolivar at Viacha were airlifted to Santa Cruz and later moved to the Camaray area to provide additional strength in the combat area. The Bolivian army has approximately 600 men involved at the present time in the search for the guerrilla band. They are being supported by the Air Force, which is providing airlift transportation, strategy and bombing, and aerial reconnaissance of the area. The Bolivian armed forces have performed well in the face of this insurgent condition. However, lack of sufficient training, communications, rations and vehicular transportation has deniedly hampered their operations. 2. C. Military/political affairs. A. C1. Role of military in national affairs. The influence of Bolivian military on national policy has been extensive since the coup in November 1964. Traditionally, the Bolivian military has always been involved in political affairs, and from November 4, 1964 until August 6, 1966 they actually ran the junta government and effectively maintained internal security. Their prestige among the population has been excellent. Their work with the populace on civic action projects has gained the understanding, respect, and friendship of the people. The armed forces' insistence on holding early constitutional elections and returning the troops to the barracks, which they did, has elevated their position in the Document 21. Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report on Guerrilla Activity in March 1967, March 31, 1967. This report from Department of Defense assesses Bolivian counterinsurgency capabilities in the face of increasing guerrilla activities. It reports a clash between 52 R122 eyes of the civil populace to an all-time high. The armed forces have been and are very much concerned about conditions within the country. This is the reason they revolted against the government on November 4, 1964. They have loyally supported the military junta, and they selected and supported General Barrientos in his campaign for the presidency. They will continue to support General Barrientos and his new government as long as it is honestly and successfully working for the social and economic development of Bolivia. They are in a position as the power behind the throne and are ready if they should ever see the need to step back into the political arena. There have been and there always will be small cliques within the armed forces, but generally speaking, as a collective group they do not belong to, nor support, a single political party as such. The armed forces as a whole are pro-United States and anti-communistic. Authority of key political officers in the military is strong, since it runs from the president of the country to the commander of the armed forces, who also served as president for a short while. B. C2. Instability. At the movement, the present guerrilla activity has had no real detrimental effect against the armed forces. However, if they fail to control and eliminate the current guerrilla threat, the situation could change. Although improperly equipped and trained for guerrilla warfare, the armed forces are performing reasonably well in the current operation. As long as the armed forces remain united, no current opposition forces, or any combination of forces, should be able to pose a real threat to the security of the country. C3. Military assistance. The United States is the only foreign country providing military assistance in hardware to Bolivia. However, Argentina has indicated that it may give Bolivia support in arms and munitions to help in the current guerrilla operation, but they will coordinate this with the United States to eliminate duplication. The Bolivian military receives some training in schools in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, Uruguay, and England. Also, Argentina has a small naval mission in Bolivia which so far has provided only training to the Bolivian Navy. For further details, see IR 2808 12066, Subject, Foreign Military Assistance, dated October 31, 1966. D. C4, Collective Military Agreements. There are no known military agreements between Bolivia and neighboring countries. Bolivia is a member of the Inter-American Defense Board. In addition, it is a signatory of the Rio Eligible End. Document 21 continued. 123. Memorandum of Understanding concerning the activation, organization, and training of the 2D Ranger Battalion, Bolivian Army. Preface, based on an exchange of notes signed at La Paz, Annex A, April 26, 1962. the government of the United States of America agreed to make available to the government of Bolivia defense articles and defense services for internal security, subject to the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. Recognizing a possible threat to the internal security of the Republic of Bolivia in the Orient, specifically the 3D, 4th, 5th, and 8th Division areas of responsibility, it is agreed that a rapid reaction force of battalion size capable of executing counterinsurgency operations in jungle and difficult terrain throughout this region will be created in the vicinity of Santa Cruz, Republic of Bolivia. 1. Terms of cooperation. A. The Bolivian Armed Forces agree to provide a QRTL whose environs include, as a minimum, suitable training areas and facilities for maneuvering of tactical units and the combat ring of all organic weapons. Additionally, buildings and shelter will be provided to ensure adequate storage, protection, and maintenance of map-supplied equipment. B. The Bolivian Armed Forces agree to assign personnel to this unit in the numbers and talents indicated at Annex B. The reassignment of personnel from or within this unit will be minimal, and their period of service will be not less than 2 years. C. The Bolivian Armed Forces agree to furnish initial sufficient quantities of training ammunition to this unit out of its on-hand stocks of MAP and non-MAP ammunition. D. The Bolivian Armed Forces agree to maintain all U.S. supplied equipment at the highest degrees of combat readiness. This includes technical maintenance as well as such soft goods as tires, batteries, lubricants, cleaning and preserving materials in reasonable and adequate quantities. Verification that these standards are met will be accomplished within the terms of paragraph 6 Exchange of Notes, Annex A, for recurring inspections made jointly by U.S. Bolivian Army representatives. Additionally, equipment status reports will be rendered by the unit commander. 22. Contractual agreement between U.S. Army and Bolivian Army entitled Memorandum of Understanding concerning the activation, organization, and training of the 2D Ranger Battalion Bolivian Army, April 28, 1967. This is one of the key documents demonstrating the U.S. deep involvement in the pursuit of Che. It sets forth the agreement by the United States to train and supply R-124 to U.S. Army Section/Milk through 4th Department. Bolivian Army on a bi-monthly basis. E. For purposes of identification, the U.S. Army Section Milk recognizes this unit as the 2nd Ranger Battalion. This in no way precludes the Bolivian Army from designating this unit by any historical or traditional name that it might desire. F. The U.S. Army Section Milk agrees to equip this unit as rapidly as possible in accordance with the equipment list shown at Annex D. This equipment to be provided within the terms of Exchange of Notes April 22, 1962, SIC, Annex A. G. The U.S. Army Section Milk agrees to support the maintenance of U.S. provided equipment with reasonable quantities of spare and replacement parts, through established logistical channels of the Bolivian Army. It is recognized that the duration of this support will be in accordance with any future modifications of the U.S. Foreign Assistance Act of 1961. H. The U.S. Army Section Milk agrees to provide advisor effort on a continuing basis in both technical and operational areas within its capabilities. Additionally, it will receive requests for special training assistance not locally available. The U.S. Army Section Milk will initiate actions, example as soon as an adequate site has been established and personnel have been provided. 2. Recognizing a request from the Armed Forces of Bolivia for special training assistance during the initial organization and training phase of this unit, there will be provided a training team of U.S. specialists from the 8th Special Forces, a U.S. Army Forces, Panama, CZ, within the following conditions. A. The team shall consist of specialists, Ranger Quali-Ed, and combat experienced. B. The team will consist of 16 officers and non-commissioned officers, commanded by an officer not less than the grade of major. Team strength to be modified as needed. C. The mission of this team shall be to produce a rapid reaction force capable of counterinsurgency operations and skilled to the degree that 4 months of intensive training can be absorbed. B. The personnel presented by the Bolivian Armed Forces. D. The program of training to be presented will be as shown at Annex E. E. The members of this team will enjoy the same responsibilities, rights, and privileges as afforded other U.S. Army mission members in Bolivia. F. The members of this team will not exercise command authority over any member of the Bolivian Armed Forces. However, it is expected that in any training situation, their instructions will be accepted and followed in a spirit of understanding and mutual cooperation. Any misunderstanding arising from these training situations which cannot be resolved by the unit commander and the team chief will be referred to Chief USARSEC and the Army Commander. G. All members of this special training team are specifically prohibited from participating in actual combat operations either as observers or advisors if members of the Bolivian Armed Forces. H. All members of this special training team are under the operational control of the Chief USARSEC. Any incidents requiring disciplinary action will be referred to Chief USARSEC for necessary action. 3. Willful disregard, in whole or in part, or these generally stated agreements by either party will in fact nullify this Memorandum of Understanding. Kenneth T. Masick, Colonel, G.S. Chief USARSEC/MILP. David Legant, Commander, Bolivian Army. Alfredo Ovando C. General, Commander, Armed Forces. * Annexes not provided. Document 22 continued. R126. Document 23. White House note from Walt Rostow, Special Assistant for National Security Affairs, to President Johnson reporting Che operating in South America, May 11, 1967. This note on White House stationery from Rostow, the Special Assistant for National Security Affairs to the President demonstrates that Che was being tracked at the highest level of the U.S. government. 127. Foreign Relations 1964 to 1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 164. 164 Memorandum from the President's Special Assistant, Rostow, to President Johnson/1/ Washington, June 23, 1967. /1/ Source, Johnson Library, National Security File, Country File, Bolivia, Volume 4, Memoranda, January 1966 to December 1968. Secret, sensitive. The memorandum indicates President Johnson saw it. Mr. President, this is what is going on with guerrillas in Bolivia. Last March 24, Bolivian security forces were ambushed in a remote area of southeastern Bolivia as they were investigating reports of a guerrilla training camp. Since then 6 other skirmishes have been fought. The Bolivian forces have come off poorly in these engagements, losing 28 of their men to 2 or 3 known rebels killed. Interrogation of several deserters and prisoners, including a young French communist, Jules Debray, closely associated with Fidel Castro and suspected of serving as a Cuban courier, strongly suggests that the guerrillas are Cuban-sponsored, although this is hard to document. There is some evidence that Che Guevara may have been with the group. Debray reports seeing him. A highly sensitive source less than one line of source text not de classe ed reports a recent statement by Brezhnev that Guevara is in Latin America making his revolutions. /2/ In a June 4 cable to President Johnson, Rostow noted that CIA believes that Che Guevara has been with this group. He also indicated that we have put Bolivia on top of this list more because of the fragility of the political situation and the weakness of the armed forces than the size and effectiveness of the guerrilla movement. Ibid, Latin America, Volume 6, June-September 1967, the CIA received information, reportedly based on a document written and signed by Che Guevara, in which the revolutionary stated that revolt started in Bolivia because widespread discontent there and disorganization army. Text not de classe ed Central Intelligence Agency, DDO/IMS files, LE name not de classe ed. Document 24. Foreign Relations 1964 to 1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 164 describing for President Johnson the results of the interrogation of captured French communist Regis Debray and others, June 23, 1967, Rostow tells President Johnson that Che is in Bolivia, that political situation is fragile. R128. Estimates of the strength of the guerrillas range from 50 to 60 men. It appears that they were ushered out while still in a preliminary training phase and before they intended to open operations. Despite this, they have so far clearly outclassed the Bolivian security forces. The performance of the government units has revealed a serious lack of command coordination, of SAR leadership and troop training and discipline. Soon after the presence of guerrillas had been established, we sent a special team and some equipment to help organize another Ranger-type battalion. On the military side, we are helping about as fast as the Bolivians are able to absorb our assistance. The diversion of scarce resources to the armed forces could lead to budgetary problems, and our financial assistance may be needed later this year. The outlook is not clear. The guerrillas were discovered early before they were able to consolidate and take the offensive. The pursuit by the government forces, while not very effective, does keep them on the run. These are two pluses. At their present strength, the guerrillas do not appear to pose an immediate threat to Barrientos. If their forces were to be quickly augmented and they were able to open new fronts in the near future, as now rumored, the thin Bolivian armed forces would be hard-pressed and the fragile political situation would be threatened. The hope is that with our help, Bolivian security capabilities will outdistance guerrilla capabilities and eventually clear them out. State, DOD, and CIA are following developments closely. /3/ As I mentioned, Defense is training and equipping additional forces. CIA has increased its operations. /3/ A June 14 memorandum prepared by the CIA focused on Cuban sponsorship of the Bolivian guerrillas and the failure of the Bolivian government to meet the insurgent threat. Johnson Library, National Security File, Intelligence File, Guerrilla Problem in Latin America. The Argentines and Brazilians are also watching this one. Argentina is the only other country with a military mission in La Paz. Close military ties between Argentina and Bolivia are traditional. The Argentines have also furnished military supplies to the Bolivians. www. Rostow/4/ printed from a copy that bears this typed signature. Document 24 continued. 129. Foreign Relations 1964 to 1968. South and Central America, Editorial Note 165. 165 Memorandum of Conversation /1/ Washington, June 29, 1967. /1/ Source, Johnson Library, National Security File, Country File, Bolivia, Volume 4, Memoranda, January 1966 to December 1968. Secret. Prepared by Bodler. Copies provided to Rostow and Sayer. Participants. Ambassador of Bolivia, Julio Sanjinsgoitia. Mr. William G. Bodler. At the invitation of the Bolivian ambassador, I went to his residence this afternoon to discuss the Bolivian situation. Most of the one-hour conversation was a monologue by the loquacious ambassador describing the background to the Barrientos administration and the present political situation. Toward the end of the conversation, he got around to the 2 points he had on his mind. The RST was increased external assistance. I asked him what specifically he had in mind. He replied that he was not thinking of budgetary support since Bolivia had passed that stage and was proud of its accomplishment. I then asked him what type of project assistance he had in mind. On this he was very vague, saying that we should send a special mission from Washington to study what additional projects might be started to further Bolivia's development. The question in which he was most interested, and obviously the main purpose for the invitation, was to ask for our help in establishing what he called a hunter-killer team to ferret out guerrillas. He said this idea was not original with him, but came from friends of his in the CIA. I asked him whether the Ranger Battalion now in training were not sufficient. He said that what he has in mind is 50 to 60 young army of SARs, with sufficient intelligence, motivation, and drive, who could be trained quickly and could be counted on to search out the guerrillas with tenacity and courage. I asked him whether such an elite group would. Document 25. Foreign Relations 1964–1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 165, Memorandum from William G. Bodler, Staff Member of National Security Council, describing request by Bolivian ambassador for a hunter-killer team to ferret out guerrillas. June 29, 1967, R130. Not cause problems within the army and perhaps even political problems between Barrientos and his supporters. The ambassador said that these problems could be minimized by rotating a XED number of the team back into the army at regular intervals. The rotation system would have the added benefit of bringing a higher degree of professionalism into the officer ranks of the army. I told him that his idea may have merit, but needs further careful examination. Before leaving, I told him that I had seen reports that Bolivia might be considering declaring a state of war against Cuba. I asked him whether he had any information to substantiate these reports. He expressed complete surprise and strong opposition, pointing out that such action would expose Bolivia to international ridicule. He speculated that these reports might have been planted by Cuban exiles. He said that some Cubans had approached him along this line and there may be Cuban exiles in Bolivia who are doing likewise with other Bolivian officials. I told him that I also thought that this action would be a serious mistake not only because of the light in which it would cast Bolivia, but also because of the serious legal and practical problems which would arise from being in a state of war with Cuba. Upon departing, he said he appreciated having the opportunity to talk frankly with me and expressed the desire to exchange views on his country from time to time. I told him I would be happy to do this whenever he thought it useful. WGB. Document 25 continued. 131. In a July 5, 1967, memorandum to Special Assistant Walt Rostow, William Bodler of the National Security Council staff summarized the current U.S. military training role in Bolivia, is helping train and equip a new Ranger battalion. The Bolivian absorption capacity being what it is, additional military assistance would not now seem advisable. 3 lines of source text not declassy ed. Bodler recommended that a variable of the Special Strike Force acceptable to the country team be established. It might be part of the new Ranger battalion. Johnson Library, National Security File, Intelligence File, Guerrilla Problem in Latin America, the country team objections were transmitted in Telegram 2291 from La Paz, May 24. The team stated that a strike force would be viewed by the Bolivians as a magical solution and a substitute for hard work and needed reform. National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Central Files 1967–69, Poll 23 NOL. At 4:30 p.m. on July 5, Rostow, Bodler, and Peter Jessup met in the Situation Room of the White House with representatives of the Department of State including Assistant Secretary of State Covey Oliver, Deputy Assistant Secretary Robert Sayer, and Ambassador Henderson, with William Lang of the Department of Defense, and Desmond Fitzgerald and William Brough of the Central Intelligence Agency. The group agreed that a special strike force is not advisable because of the embassy's objections. They decided that the United States should concentrate on the training of the 2nd Ranger Battalion with the preparation of an intelligence unit to be part of the battalion. They also agreed to look into expansion of the rural police program, prepare contingency plans to cover the possibility of the insurgency getting beyond the control of Barrientos and the Bolivian armed forces, and suggested that Barrientos might need $2 to $5 million in grant or supporting assistance in the next 2 months to meet budgetary problems resulting from the security situation. Memorandum of Meeting, Johnson Library, National Security File, Latin America, Volume 6, June 1967 to September 1967. The gist of these decisions was relayed to the President in the context of a broader policy for counterinsurgency in Latin America, see Document 61. U.S. efforts to support the counterinsurgency program in Bolivia against Cuban-led guerrillas followed a 2-step approach. To help overcome the deficiencies of the Bolivian army, a 16-man military training team of the U.S. Special Forces was sent to Bolivia to support the Bolivian. Document 26. Foreign Relations 1964–1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 166, Memorandum from William Bodler to Walt Rostow summarizing current U.S. military training of Bolivian soldiers, July 5, 1967, document from Bodler to Rostow summarizes current U.S. military training of Bolivian soldiers. It indicates weaknesses in the Bolivians' intelligence collecting capability. The CIA was formally given responsibility to plan for and provide this. CIA agents Vilaldo and Rodriguez arrived in Bolivia on August 2, L967 to train Bolivian Rangers in intelligence gathering. They were also ordered to accompany these soldiers into the ELD and told to actually help in directing operations. These assignments were approved by Bolivian President Barrientos, U.S. Ambassador Henderson, and the head of the Bolivian R132. 2nd Ranger Battalion in the development of anti-guerrilla tactics and techniques. The United States also provided ammunition, ratios, and communications equipment on an emergency basis under MAP and expedited delivery of 4 helicopters. Paper by W. D. Broderick, July 11, National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Aerofiles, Lot 70D 443, Pol 23-4, 1967, IRG Counterinsurgency Subgroup. A July 3 memorandum prepared by the CIA reads, although original estimates were that the battalion would no be combat ready until approximately December 1967, the MIL Group now believes that this date can be advanced to mid-September 1967. Central Intelligence Agency, Job 88-01415R, DDO/IMS, LE name not D Classy ed. As the training of the Ranger Battalion progressed, weaknesses in TIS intelligence collecting capability emerged. The CIA was formally given responsibility for developing a plan to provide such a capability on July 14, ARG/Errors/Coin Action Memo No. 1, July 20, National Archives and Records Administration, RG 59, Aerofiles, Lot 70D 122, IRG/Errors/Coin Action Memos. The planned operation was approved by the Department of State, CINCSO, the U.S. Ambassador in La Paz, Bolivian President Barrientos and Commander-in-Chief of the Bolivian Armed Forces Ovando. A team of 2 instructors arrived in La Paz on August 2. In addition to training the Bolivians in intelligence collection techniques, the instructors text not D Classy ed plane to accompany the 2nd Ranger Battalion into the ELD. Although the team is assigned in an advisory capacity, CIA expected that they will actually help in directing operations. The agency also contemplated this plan as a pilot program for probable duplication in other Latin American countries faced with the problem of guerrilla warfare. Memorandum for the Acting Chief, Western Hemisphere Division, August 22, IBID. Document 26 continued. 133. Document 27. Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report of the RST operation conducted by the Bolivian Army against the guerrillas, August 11, 1867, Report from Department of Defense of the RST operation conducted by the Bolivian Army against the guerrillas code-named Operation Cynthia. The report observes for the RST time, upon being read at, they did not drop their weapons and run. This was the result R134. Document 27 continued. 135. Document 27 continued. R136. Document 28. Department of State telegram concerning interview of wounded guerrilla Jose Castillo, Paco, reporting on Debray and Tanya, September 4, 1967. Department of State telegram to Secretary of State concerning capture and interview of wounded guerrilla Jose Castillo, Paco, who gave information on Debray and Tanya. Tanya was just killed in combat and the Bolivians were searching for her body. This document, like many others, demonstrates the hands-on role of the highest levels of the U.S. government in eliminating Che. 137. Document 28 continued. R138. Document 28 continued. 139. Document 29. Department of State telegram reporting Che taken prisoner by Bolivian Army and still alive, October 9, 1967, telegram from U.S. Embassy to Seconds of State reporting Che was taken prisoner on October 8, that he was reliably reported still alive with a leg wound and held by Bolivian troops in Higueras on morning of October 9, 1967. The missing source is likely CIA R140. Document 30. White House memo from Rostow to President Johnson reporting capture of Che Guevara, October 9, 1967. Rostow in note to President Johnson states that Che was captured and brags that the Bolivian unit engaged is the one we have been training for some time. 141. Document 31. White House memo from Bodler to Rostow stating that it is not known if Guevara was among the casualties, October 10, 1967. White House memo from Bodler of the National Security Council to Rostow stating that it is not known if Guevara was among the casualties. This note was sent on October 10, a day after Che had been murdered. It was sent after Rostow, basing his information on CIA agent Rodriguez, had reported to the president that Che was taken R142. Document 32. White House memo from Rostow to President Johnson stating that the CIA told Rostow that Guevara was taken alive and ordered shot by the Bolivian Army, October 11, 1967. Memo from Rostow to President Johnson stating that the CIA told Rostow that Guevara was taken alive and ordered shot by the Bolivian Army. This is the official U.S. version of Che's murder. Rostow calls the killing stupid, but then expands on the positives of having him dead. 143. Memorandum. The White House. Wednesday 10:30 a.m. October 1 unclear, 1967. Memorandum for the President. Subject, Death of Che Guevara. This morning we are about 99% sure that Che Guevara is dead. 1.5 lines excised. These should arrive in Washington today or tomorrow. CIA tells us that the latest information is that Guevara was taken alive. After a short interrogation to establish his identity, General Ovando, chief of the Bolivian Armed Force, ordered him shot. I regard this as stupid, but it is understandable from a Bolivian standpoint, given the problems which the sparing of French communist and Castro courier Regis Debray has caused them. The death of Guevara carries these significant implications. It marks the passing of another of the aggressive, romantic revolutionaries like Sukarno, Nkrumah, Benbella, and reinforces this trend. In the Latin American context, it will have a strong impact in discouraging would-be guerrillas. It shows the soundness of our preventive medicine assistance to countries facing incipient insurgency. It was the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion, trained by our Green Berets from June-September of this year, that cornered him and got him. We have put these points across to several newsmen. Walt Rostow. Document 32 continued. Transcription of original White House memo from Rostow to President Johnson R144. U.S. Department of State. Director of Intelligence and Research. 2. The Secretary. Through, S/S. From, INR, Thomas L. Hughes. Subject, Guevara's death. The meaning for Latin America. Che Guevara's death was a crippling, perhaps fatal, blow to the Bolivian guerrilla movement and may prove a serious setback for Fidel Castro's hopes to foment violent revolution in all or almost all Latin American countries. Those communists and others who might have been prepared to initiate Cuban-style guerrilla warfare will be discouraged, at least for a time, by the defeat of the foremost tactician of the Cuban revolutionary strategy at the hands of one of the weakest armies in the hemisphere. However, there is little likelihood that Castro and his followers throughout Latin America will cease their efforts to foment and support insurgency, albeit perhaps with some tactical modifications. The mystery of Guevara. Argentina-born Escobedo Che Guevara, Fidel Castro's right-hand man and chief lieutenant in the Sierra Maestra, author of a book on guerrilla tactics, one-time president of Cuba's National Bank under Castro and later Minister of Industries, mysteriously disappeared in March 1965. Rumor said that he was ill, or that he has been put to death by Castro, or that he was in the Dominican Republic during its civil war or in Vietnam or in the Congo. In October 1965, Castro nally announced that Guevara had renounced his Cuban citizenship and set off to devote his services to the revolutionary cause in other lands. Rumors as to his whereabouts continued, but until recently there was no substantial evidence to prove even that he was alive. Guevarismo makes a strong comeback. The March 1965 disappearance of Guevara occurred during a period when Fidel Castro was toning down his emphasis on violent revolution and trying to compose his differences with the traditional pro-Soviet communist parties in Latin America. But it was not long before Castro again began to favor openly the independent revolutionary theory which he and Guevara had developed based on their view of the Cuban Revolution. Since the Tricontinental Conference in Havana in January 1966, Castro has advocated with increasing stridency the thesis which is set forth most clearly in the book entitled Revolution Within the Revolution by Castro's principal document 33. Department of State Intelligence Note, Guevara's Death: The Meaning for Latin America, October 12, 1967, Department of State Intelligence Note, Guevara's Death: The Meaning for Latin America proves the importance to the United States of having Che dead. It opens by stating that Che Guevara's death was a crippling, perhaps fatal to the Bolivian guerrilla movement and may prove a serious setback for Fidel Castro's hopes to foment violent revolution. 145. Theoretical apologist, French Marxist intellectual Jules Regis Debray, now on trial in Bolivia. Disgusted with the peaceful path to power arguments of the Latin American old-line communist parties, especially the Venezuelan CP, and their Soviet supporters, Fidel and Debray have asserted that Latin America is ripe for insurgency now and have specified that the rural guerrilla movement rather than any urban-based communist party or other group must be the focal point and the headquarters of the insurgency. They have declared that action must take precedence over ideology and that the guerrilla movement as the nucleus of a Marxist-Leninist party, will create the objective conditions for its ultimate success and attract the local peasantry. On April 17 this year, Cuban media gave great play to an article supposedly written by Guevara reiterating the Castro-Guevarist-Debray thesis. 2 days later, Fidel praised the article and eulogized Guevara, eliminating any lingering impression that the romantic Che had been removed from the Cuban pantheon. Lasso Conference highlights disagreement of Orthodox communists. The RST Latin American Solidarity Organization meeting in Havana this summer served to underscore disagreement with the Castro thesis by the old-line communist parties. They argue that conditions for violent revolution exist only in very few Latin American countries at present and that the local communist parties, not Cubans or other foreigners, should be the only ones to determine in accordance with traditional Marxist theory what tactics are called for. Despite an outward show of harmony among the delegates, the Lasso Conference, of which Guevara was named honorary president in absentia, widened the breach between the pro-Moscow communists and those who want revolution now. Bolivia, testing ground for the theory. The guerrilla insurgency in Bolivia, which came to light in March 1967, rekindled international interest in Latin American insurgencies and especially in the movements then underway in Latin America. The Guatemalan guerrillas seemed to be on the ropes. Guerrilla forces in Venezuela and Colombia were making no headway. The new Bolivian insurgency, on the other hand, seemed to be the most promising. In an effort to maintain unity with Castro and within the Latin American extreme left, even traditional communist parties agreed to endorse the Bolivian guerrillas. Interest was further heightened when in April Debray himself was captured by the Bolivian armed forces and he indicated that Che Guevara had organized and was leading the guerrillas. Initial battles between the guerrillas and the Bolivian army last March and April proved almost disastrous to the poorly trained, ill-equipped. Document 33 continued. R146. Troops who suffered heavy losses in every encounter. The failure of the army to deal effectively with a handful of insurrectionists shook the entire Bolivian government and led to desperate appeals for U.S. assistance. Neighboring counties began to consider what action might be required by them. But the guerrillas proved neither invincible nor infallible. By July, aided by testimony from Debray and other captives who were members of the guerrilla force or had contact with it, as well as by peasants who demonstrated more loyalty to the armed forces than to the guerrillas despite the latter's efforts to woo them, Bolivian army units were able to inflict some damage on the guerrillas, albeit with fairly heavy casualties. In late August, a significant victory took place when the guerrilla rear guard was wiped out in a well-executed ambush. Still, a successful encounter with the main body of the guerrilla force did not occur until October 8, when the army recouped its reputation by the action which resulted in the death of Guevara. Effects in Bolivia. Guevara's death is a feather in the cap of Bolivian President René Barrientos. It may signal the end of the guerrilla movement as a threat to stability. If so, the Bolivian military, which is a major element of Barrientos' support, will enjoy a sense of self-confidence and strength that it has long lacked. However, victory could also stir political ambitions among army officers who were directly involved in the anti-guerrilla campaign and who may now see themselves as the saviors of the republic. Castro's reaction, public rededication and private reassessment. Cuban domestic media have thus far limited their reporting on Guevara's death to mentioning insistent statements to this effect in the international press, which Cuban authorities can neither confirm nor deny. However, the broad outlines of Havana's public position are generally predictable. Guevara will be eulogized as the model revolutionary who met a heroic death. His exemplary conduct will be contrasted to the do-nothing, cowardly theorizing of the old-line communist parties and other pseudo-revolutionaries in Latin America and elsewhere. The Castro-Guevara-Debray thesis will be upheld as still valid, and the protracted nature of the struggle will be emphasized. Blame for Guevara's death will be attributed to the usual villains: U.S. imperialism, the Green Berets, the CIA, with only passing contemptuous references to the Bolivian lackeys. A call will no doubt be made for Nuches to pick up the banner of the fallen leader, and optimistic predictions will be made as to the inevitability of the NAL triumph. In private, however, Castro and his associates will have to reap praise the prospects for exported revolution. Castro might up his commitment. Document 33 continued. 147. Of Cuban men and resources to foreign insurgency in order to demonstrate that the death of one combatant, even the illustrious Che, makes little difference to the eventual success of guerrilla struggle in the hemisphere. Such response would tee with Castro's characteristic refusal to accept failure in a major undertaking. Or he might curtail Cuba's efforts to foster insurgency abroad, pending further assessment and stock-taking on the prospects for potential and existing insurgencies. Or, on analyzing the Guevara effort in Bolivia, he might adopt some new tactical approaches for guerrilla movements. On balance, it seems most likely that he will continue to commit about the same level of resources as at present to promoting revolutionaries, while utilizing the memory of the martyred Guevara and perhaps some tactical changes in approach. Probable Latin American reaction to Guevara's death. News of Guevara's death will relieve most non-leftist Latin Americans who feared that sooner or later he might foment insurgencies in their countries. The demise of the most glamorous and reputedly effective revolutionary may even cause some Latin Americans to downgrade the seriousness of insurgency and the social factors which breed it. On the other hand, communists of whatever stripe and other leftists are likely to eulogize the revolutionary martyr, especially for his contribution to the Cuban Revolution, and to maintain that revolutions will continue until their causes are eradicated. If the Bolivian guerrilla movement is soon eliminated as a serious subversive threat, the death of Guevara will have even more important repercussions among Latin American communists. The dominant peaceful line groups, who were either in total disagreement with Castro or paid only lip service to the guerrilla struggle, will be able to argue with more authority against the Castro-Guevara-Debray thesis. They can point out that even a movement led by the foremost revolutionary tactician, in a country which apparently provided conditions suitable for revolution, had failed. While these parties are unlikely to entirely denigrate Che's importance and abilities, they will be able to accuse the Cubans of adventurism and point out that the presence of so many Cubans and other foreigners among the leaders of the Bolivian guerrillas tended to alienate the peasants upon whose support they ultimately depended. They will not be able to argue that any insurgency must be indigenous and that only local parties know when local conditions are ripe for revolution. Castro certainly will not be able to disassociate himself from Guevara's Bolivian efforts and will be subject to "we told you so" criticism from the old-line parties. Although leftist groups which may have marginally accepted the Cuban theory probably will re-evaluate their policies. Castro's spell on the more youthful leftist elements when the hemisphere will not be broken. Document 33 continued. R148. Document 34. White House memo from Rostow to Johnson stating Guevara is dead, October 13, 1967, White House memo from Rostow to Johnson stating that Guevara is dead. Although several sentences are deleted, the conclusion is likely based on an examination of the fingerprints from Che's severed hands. 149. 172 Memorandum from Director of Central Intelligence Helm/1/ Washington, October 13, 1967. /1/ Source, Johnson Library, National Security File, Country File, Bolivia, Volume 4, Memoranda, January 1966 to December 1968. Secret. Copies of this memorandum in CIA indicate that it was drafted by Bro and name not de Classe ed in the Western Hemisphere Division and approved by Caramesines. Central Intelligence Agency, DDO/IMS, Operational Group, Job 78-06423A, U.S. Government President. Memorandum 4. The Secretary of State. The Secretary of Defense. Mr. Walt W. Rostow. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs. Subject. Statements by Escobedo Che Guevara prior to his execution in Bolivia. Further details have now been obtained from less than one line of source text not de Classe ed who was on the scene in the small village of Higueras where Escobedo Che Guevara was taken after his capture on October 8, 1967 by the Bolivian Army's 2nd Ranger Battalion /2/. A full account of the capture and death of Che Guevara is in the CIA Intelligence Information Cable Telegram number not de Classe ed. 2 Less than one line of source text not de Classe ed attempted to interrogate Guevara on October 9, 1967 as soon as he got access to him at around 7 a.m. At that time Che Guevara was sitting on the or in the corner of a small, dark schoolroom, in Higueras. He had his hands over his face. His wrists and feet were tied. In front of him on the or lay the corpses of 2 Cuban guerrillas. Guevara had a wound in his leg, which was bandaged. 3 Guevara refused to be interrogated but permitted himself to be drawn into a conversation with less than one line of source text not de Classe ed during which he made the following comments. Document 35. Foreign Relations 1964 to 1968 South and Central America, Editorial Note 172, Memorandum from Director of Central Intelligence Helms to Secretaries of State, Defense and Rostow giving details of the capture and death of Che Guevara, October 13, 1967. This was almost surely based on information from CIA agent Felix Rodriguez, and gives the version of the murder that blames the Bolivians and exonerates the United States. R150. A. Cuban economic situation. Hunger in Cuba is the result of pressure by United States imperialism. Now Cuba has become self-sufficient in meat production and has almost reached the point where it will begin to export meat. Cuba is the only economically self-sufficient country in the socialist world. B. Camilo Cienfuegos. For many years the story has circulated that Fidel Castro had Cienfuegos, one of his foremost deputies, killed because his personal popularity presented a danger to Castro. Actually, the death of Cienfuegos was an accident. Cienfuegos had been in Orient province when he received a call to attend a general staff meeting in Havana. He left by plane and the theory was that the plane became lost in low ceiling conditions, consumed all of its fuel, and crashed in the ocean, and no trace of him was ever found. Castro had loved Cienfuegos more than any of his lieutenants. C. Fidel Castro Ruiz, Castro had not been a communist prior to the success of the Cuban Revolution. Castro's own statements on the subject are correct. The Congo, American imperialism had not been the reason for his failure there but, rather, the Belgian mercenaries. He denied ever having several thousand troops in the Congo, as sometimes reported, but admitted having had quite a few. Treatment of guerrilla prisoners in Cuba. During the course of the Cuban Revolution and its aftermath, there had been only about 1,500 individuals killed, exclusive of armed encounters such as the Bay of Pigs. The Cuban government, of course, executed all guerrilla leaders who invaded its territory. He stopped then with a quizzical look on his face and smiled as he recognized his own position on Bolivian soil. Future of guerrilla movement in Bolivia. With his capture, the guerrilla movement had suffered an overwhelming setback in Bolivia, but he predicted a resurgence in the future. He insisted that his ideals would win in the end even though he was disappointed at the lack of response from the Bolivian campesinos. The guerrilla movement had failed partially because of Bolivian government propaganda which claimed that the guerrillas represented a foreign invasion of Bolivian soil. In spite of the lack of popular response from the Bolivian campesinos, he had not planned on exfiltration route from Bolivia in case of failure. He had nightly decided to either fall or win in this effort. Document 35 continued. 151. For according to less than one line of source text not de clase ed when Guevara, Simon Cuba, and Anacito Renaga Godillo were captured on October 8, the Bolivian Armed Forces headquarters ordered that they be kept alive for a time. A telegraphic code was arranged between La Paz and Higueras with the numbers 500 representing Guevara, 600 meaning the phrase keep alive and 700 representing execute. During the course of the discussion with Guevara, Simon Cuba and Anacito Renaga were detained in the next room of the schoolhouse. At one stage, a burst of shots was heard and less than one line of source text not de clase ed learned later that Simon Cuba had been executed. A little later a single shot was heard and it was learned afterward that Anacito Renaga had been killed. When the order came at 11:50 from La Paz to kill Guevara, the execution was delayed as long as possible. However, when the local commander was advised that a helicopter would arrive to recover the bodies at approximately 1:30 p.m., Guevara was executed with a burst of shots at 1:15 p.m. Guevara's last words were, "Tell my wife to remarry and tell Fidel Castro that the revolution will again rise in the Americas." To his executioner he said, "Remember, you are killing a man /3/3/3." The text not de clase ed on site, reporting on Guevara's execution, indicated that it was impossible keep him alive. Telegram number not de clase ed October 10, Ibid, le name not de clase ed. 5 At no time during the period he was under less than one line of source text not de clase ed observation did Guevara lose his composure. Dic /4//4/ printed from a copy that indicates Helms signed the original. Document 35 continued. R152. CIA. Intelligence Information Cable. October 17, 1967. Subject, 1. Background of Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin's visit to Havana 2. Content of discussions between Kosygin and Cuban Premier Fidel Castro. October 1967. Source, blocked. Summary, blocked in late 1966. Blocked. Brezhnev strongly criticized the dispatch of Escobedo Che Guevara to Bolivia and Castro's policy with respect to the support of revolutionary activity in Latin America. During Kosygin's visit, Castro explained the basis of his revolutionary policy. Cuba evaluated the Kosygin visit as productive, although it was clear that divergent views continued to exist regarding revolutionary activity in Latin America. End summary. 1. Blocked. In the fall of 1966, Castro blocked informed Brezhnev that Escobedo Che Guevara, with men and material furnished by Cuba, had gone to Bolivia to mount a revolution within that country. Blocked in June 1967, Brezhnev, in response to a question about Guevara, one word blocked replied that he, Guevara, was there in Latin America making his revolutions. Blocked Brezhnev expressed his disappointment at the failure of Castro to give the Soviet Union advance notice concerning the dispatch of Guevara, and in strong terms criticized the decision of Castro to undertake guerrilla activities in Bolivia or other Latin American countries. Brezhnev stated that such activities were harmful to the true interests of the communist cause and inquired as to what right Castro had to foment revolution in Latin America without appropriate coordination with the other socialist countries. Blocked. It appears that Castro was irritated at blocked. Brezhnev blocked. The Soviets decided that a visit to Cuba by one of the Soviet leaders was advisable. Plans for the visit had been completed before the Middle East crisis erupted in the spring of 1967. Subsequently, when it was decided that Premier Kosygin would visit the United States to address the United Nations General Assembly concerning the Middle East crisis, it was agreed that Kosygin would return to Moscow via Havana. The primary purpose of Kosygin's trip to Havana 26 to 30 June 1967 is to inform Castro concerning the Middle East crisis, notably to explain Soviet policy regarding the crisis. A secondary but important reason for the trip was to discuss with Castro the subject of Cuban. Document 36. CIA intelligence information cable expressing Soviet Premier Brezhnev's criticism of Che and Fidel's response, October 17, 1967, CIA intelligence information cable. Fidel responds to Soviet criticism of Che's guerrilla activities by stating that Che had gone to Bolivia as was his right as a Latin American to 153. Revolutionary activity in Latin America. Blocked. Kosygin repeated the Soviet view that Castro was harming the communist cause through his sponsorship of guerrilla activity in Latin America and through providing support to various anti-government groups, which although they claimed to be socialist or communist, were engaged in disputes with the legitimate Latin American communist parties, i.e., those favored by the USSR. Kosygin said that the internecine struggles among the various left revolutionary groups were playing into the hands of the imperialists and were weakening and diverting the efforts of the socialist world to liberate Latin America. In replying to Kosygin, Castro blocked stated that Che Guevara had gone to Bolivia in accordance with the same right as that under which Guevara had come to Cuba to aid Castro in the revolutionary struggle against Batista, the right of every Latin American to contribute to the liberation of his country and the entire continent of Latin America. Castro then said that he wished to explain the revolutionary tradition in Latin America, and went on to describe the feats of the leading Latin American liberators, notably Bolívar and San Martin. Castro added that Cuba did not agree with the Soviet approach to wars of national liberation in Latin America. He accused the USSR of having turned its back upon its own revolutionary tradition and of having moved to a point where it would refuse to support any revolutionary movement unless the actions of the latter contributed to the achievement of Soviet objectives, as contrasted to international communist objectives. Castro said that in recent years the Soviet Union had not honored the principal aim of true communism, i.e., the liberation of mankind throughout the world. Castro concluded by stating that regardless of the attitudes of the Soviet Union, Cuba would support any revolutionary movement which it considered as contributing to the achievement of this objective. Despite the open disagreement concerning revolutionary action, the discussions with Kosygin concerning economic and military aid from the Soviet Union to Cuba were held in an amicable atmosphere. The Soviets indicated that they were willing to continue to supply Cuba with considerable amounts of economic aid and that the military aid programs, especially those concerned with the modernization of the Cuban armed forces, would be continued. After Kosygin's departure, the Cuban leadership assessed the visit as having been a useful one. The Cuban leaders judged that they had clearly explained the Cuban revolutionary attitude to the Soviets, but that there had been no serious deterioration of relations between the two nations. The Cubans were especially pleased to see that although major disagreements existed in the political sector, relations in the economic and military sectors had remained on a friendly and productive basis. R154. Document 37. Department of State Airgram, of Che confirmation of death of Che Guevara, October 18, 1967, Department of State Airgram, of Che confirmation of death of Che Guevara from U.S. Embassy in La Paz confirming Che's death, attaching his death certificate, autopsy report, Argentine police report, communique of Argentine Embassy and various reports. 155. Document 38. Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report Debris and key Bolivian troops involved in capture and murder of Che, November 9, 1967, Department of Defense Intelligence Information Report setting forth debris and from October 29 to 31, 1967 of the key Bolivian troops involved in capture and murder of Che. It purports to be an early explanation of the important conquests of the Valle Grande and Higuera's operational areas. It also gives one version of Che's last requests and his 161. Document 38 continued. Document 39. Hand-drawn maps from the debris and of the Bolivian troops of the last battles with the guerrillas and attempts to capture Harry Villegas, Pombo, November 9, 1967, hand-drawn maps from the debris and of the Bolivian troops of the last battles with the guerrillas and the attempts to capture Harry Villegas, Pombo, and his comrades. 171. Document 39 continued. R172. Document 39 continued. 173. Document 39 continued. R174. Document 39 continued. 175. Document 40. CIA debris and of Felix Rodriguez, June 3, 1975. This CIA debris and June 3, 1975, of Felix Rodriguez was prepared almost 8 years after Che's death for the CIA's Deputy Inspector General. He was investigating assassinations by the CIA for the Church Committee of the Senate. There was an obvious interest in covering the CIA's role and giving President Johnson plausible deniability. It was approved for release in 1993 under the CIA Historical Review Program. R176. Document 41. CIA Director of Intelligence Analysis of the Guevara Diary, Cuban Attempts to Export Revolution, December 15, 1967. This CIA analysis of Che's diary concludes that when the diary is published, the Guevara legend will only be dulled by this account of the pathetic struggle in Bolivia. R182-R188. Document 42. DIA Intelligence Bulletin, Guevara Diary gives insight into Bolivia guerrillas operations, December 15, 1967. This is the Department of Defense's Intelligence Agency's evaluation, December 1967, of Che's Bolivian guerrillas' effort based upon their reading of his diary, taken from him after his capture. It concludes that Che's efforts were a complete failure, without any saving aspects, of this RST attempt to implement the Castro-Guevara debris theories on insurgency. 189. Document 43. DIA, Defense Intelligence Terrorism Summary, Remains of Che returned to Cuba, July 15, 1997. 195. Document 44. Letter from the Defense Intelligence Agency concerning the release of documents included in this book.